Hey guys, tonight we crunch through snow on a path older than the Silk Road itself, moonlight silvering every boot print. Forget cozy blankets, this trail demands your balance, each step a negotiation, with ancient stones lurking beneath powder. Historians agree Tangut mountain monks designed these ascents as moving meditations, though they fiercely debate whether the routes imitated constellations or just goat tracks. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Where's your journey starting tonight? Drop a comment with your city and current moon phase. Portland's fog, just 8 hours whole. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your breath plumes, ghosts swallowed by pines taller than Giza's pyramids. That faint chime ahead, not wind, the Hermitage boasted bells tuned to repel snow leopards back in Kublai Khan's day. Does it work? Neither leopards nor historians leave reliable Yelp reviews. The incline sharpens, your calves burn like you've stairmastered through medieval tax records. 13 switchbacks ago, this seemed poetic. Now you're eyeballing the nearest flat rock for emergency napping rights. Fringe archivists whisper about moon-addicted monks who paved trails with magnetized rocks, guiding pilgrims via boot-nail tug. Tonight, your souls register nothing but blister warnings. Branches creak, not with wind, but the memory of royal processions hauling tribute tee up this slope. Real Tangut rulers shipped jade to Song emperors here. 57 metric tons of green anxiety packed in yak wool. Your glove brushes frost graffiti. Century-old pilgrim engravings worn smooth. Someone carved Zhao Wei was here circa 1290. History's original basic hiker. 3 more bends. The chimes now sync with your temple pulse. A rhythm so primal you forget your phones. Sat-nav died miles back. A route snakes across the trail, nature's tripwire for clumsy dreamers. You hop it, flashback to childhood curb jumping, almost faceplint into what locals call sorrow moss. Proper botanists label it Racemitrium laniginosum, a far less satisfying mouthful. The slope relents, your boots meet milky, quartz slabs laid during the Yuan dynasty's brief obsession with anti-slip engineering. Vertical cliffs press close, now, their striations recording eras like discarded library scrolls. Lean close, smell wet, iron the mountain bleeds, oxidized secrets through every crevice. One theory claims these rocks echo Tangut battle chants when struck, though skeptics blame feral goats with impeccable pitch. Moon glare intensifies, sharp as a Tangut widow's mourning hairpin. You fumble for sunglasses, realize they're buried under 17 kilos of faux vintage expedition gear. Squint through lashes, watch the trail become a dashed line drawn in lunar chalk. Every shadow whispers turn back, though whether it's the mountain talking or low blood sugar is today's koan. That distant glint, not civilization, just mica flecks grinning in granite. Your canteen sloshes, a pathetic counterpoint to the Hermitage bells, now ringing clear as dental drills. Funny how medieval spirituality sounds identical to modern alarm clocks, humanity's true constant. Watch your crown. Overhang drips dagger-sharp icicles, bred for impaling poets. Edwardian mountaineers swore these peaks birthed frozen vipers, wrote whole journals about crystal fangs biting their ropes. Science laughs, but you still duck faster than a scholar caught fudging carbon dates. Far below, a valley owl mocks your progress with four-note taunts. Tangut scrolls called them moon sentinels, avenging spirits of nuns who eloped with calligraphers. Historians still argue whether that's allegory or 13th century tabloid gossip. 53 minutes up, your knees petition for early retirement. That flat boulders back, beckoning like a sarcastic friend. Resist, monks trained here by meditating under waterfalls until their skin turned temple roof tile blue. You've lasted 11 minutes, rookie numbers. Wind riffles through dwarf rhododendrons, playing them like bamboo flutes. Modern hikers often mistake it for distant singing, hence the ghost choir tag flooding trail apps. Truth, just photosynthesis house band tuning up for dawn's VIP show. Your headlamp dies punishment for ignoring battery folklore. Lunar shadows now define the trail, edges blurring like wet ink on mulberry paper. Each step becomes faith, not in celestial bodies, but that your travel insurance covers idiot navigation clauses. A hiss startles you, just air escaping your own jacket sleeve. Breathe, no wolves here since the 1890s rabies purge. The Tangut Mountains spirit reportedly rides a black leopard wielding icicles, but that's just off-season tourism pamphlets talking. Sudden scent slap wintergreen. No, ancient juniper roots leak turpentine dreams underfoot. Traditional remedies used this sap to glue monks' focus during 1,000-day vigils. You inhale deeply, gain approximately 7 seconds of concentration before wondering if jerky crumbs litter your pockets. Footing shifts, gravel dances downhill like fleeing thoughts during meditation. Grab the safety chain. Oxidized iron links cold as a tax collector's handshake. 10th century pilgrims hammered these into rock, each blow atoning for stolen temple rice or cheating at mahjong. Slate under snow reveals carved arrows, original GPS for illiterate pilgrims. Follow the triangles, they whisper, not those forged by drunk hermits during monsoons. One wrong turn in 1,241 allegedly sent a princess straight into a Yeti's laundry cave. Though anthropological consensus calls that fiscal year spin, a crack echoes, stone settling, not the mountain's femur snapping. That mental image. Blame Victorian Gothic novels rotting your amygdala since 10th grade. Your shadow stretches, becomes a wobbling funhouse version fed by lunar angle soup. Pause, count 8 bell strikes ricocheting between peaks. No temple in sight, just acoustic witchcraft amplified by glacial valleys. Tangut architects funneled sound through limestone flutes, creating what scholars pretentiously term auditory hypnosis corridors. You call it creepy elevator music with better PR. Cold numbs your nose, snotsicle threat level, critical. Wipe discreetly, realize wilderness dignity died at switchback 5. Good news, the final bend unveils a cedar grove so still, it steals even the wind's voice. Moonlight slicks every needle turning branches into frozen fireworks. Welcome to the threshold dance, a place pilgrims spun until dizziness became enlightenment or vomit. This circle's worn smooth by boots, sandals, bare soles seeking benediction. Try 3 clockwise rotations, guaranteed to either realign your aura or refund your kai in store credit. Stumble, catch yourself on snow-drunk saplings. This isn't Kyoto. Grace abandoned you miles back with cell reception. Straighten, brush off dignity's tattered remains. Ahead, the trail kinks left, guarded by pines fused at the trunk like conjoined twins mid-argument. Duck under their arch needles, tickle your hood like skeletal fingers, checking for loose change. Through the green cathedral nave, a single lantern glows amber, 3 football fields up, but psychologically Everest. Your stomach growls, a feral bear imitation that startles even you. Hermit monks subsisted on pine needle tea and ice, which explains their collectively grim Wikipedia portraits. You fantasize about smuggled gummy bears, glucose sins melting on your tongue, illegal as spices in a Ming vault. Ice mirrors film your eyes, blurring the climb into impressionist blear. Swipe away, your lashes betray you, freezing shut between blinks. Panic hiccups until you channel Arctic explorers too stubborn to acknowledge frostbite. A cairn appears, balancing stones with Zen equilibrium. Pocket a pebble, add it atop your gravelly vote for perseverance. Tradition claims balanced cairns guide wandering spirits home, though mischievous hikers keep sneaking googly eyes onto them. Mist slinks downhill, creeping over roots like phantom ivy. First rule of mountain nights, breathing fog won't hydrate you, but imagining its dragon exhalation boosts morale 18%. Statistical margin of error. Whole numbers. Slip right boot hydroplanes on disguised ice. Windmill arms. Comedy gold for any lurking marmots. Recover with gymnast flair. You'll exaggerate in future retellings. Heart hammers, not from adrenaline, but realizing you almost died doing something Instagrammable. Something crunches under snow porcelain shard. Not looters, just pilgrims discarding teacups after purification rituals. This mountainside is basically Tangut landfill minus the plastic seagulls. The trail softens, needle carpet silencing your tread. Even the bells hush, respecting this acoustic cushion woven by centuries of dropped fir cones. Your own breath calms, steam plumes shrinking from locomotive panting to haiku punctuation. A rock shelf offers respite bathed in light, filtered through ice-encased spiderwebs, sit bench imprint worn by generations of numb buttocks, communing with granite. Historians found poetry fragments here inked onto birch bark by love-struck novices. But lice ate the juiciest verses. Chimes resume, louder now, their bronze tongues arguing about tempo. Time check. Irrelevant, celestial navigation puts Orion's belt near your left thumb, whatever that means. Tangut monks tracked night hours, by which Bellface iced over fastest. A horological system, flawed by wind, but poetic on parchment, faint scratching claws on bark. Just branch scritches, not the legendary Hermitage marmot, trained to pickpocket silver offerings. Some myths exist because bored scribes needed toilet break entertainment. Stand joints crack like ritual firecrackers. You're officially older than every Tangut initiate ever accepted. Most novices started at 11. I'd have flunked out over nap deprivation. Final push, the lantern's glow, now paints stone steps cut like broken piano keys. 27 irregular slabs, each slant harsher than a calligraphy. Masters hangover critique. Persimmon waft surprises you, impossible fruit sent in sub-zero air. Hallucination. No dead pilgrim joke. They planted obsessively, even while freezing. You push past a final curtain of frost-stiffened pines, amber light bleeding through the needles like liquid honey. Those floating halos you glimpsed from below now reveal themselves. Lanterns made from mulberry paper, stretched over bamboo ribs. No electric hum here, just flame-fighting mountain windbite. Your breath clouds dissolve even as you step closer, the glow promising more than just visual warmth. This isn't cheesy dollar store candlelight. Each lantern holds wax from the cliffside hives of black mountain bees. Touch one, gently feel the wax comb's hexagon grid beneath onion-thin paper. Historians still argue whether these Tangut lantern designs influenced later Japanese Chachin makers, or if peace-loving mountain monks just shared techniques with wandering merchants. A hand-woven rope bridge creaks underfoot, forcing you to shuffle sideways like a nervous crab. The planks smell of larch resin and old rain. Across the chasm, steeper than any staircase, the Hermitage clings to granite with stone toeholds. Legend claims pilgrims ascended blindfolded, trusting the bells to guide them upward. Experts think this was just a metaphor, but your palms sweat at the thought. Soft laughter spills from an open doorway, the tea master's apprentice catching you mid-crab walk. His wool robe shows 10 careful patches, indigo over indigo. Bowing he gestures, with a chipped iron kettle, steam curling into the blue twilight. The warmth smells of roasted barley and pine needles, not your average comfort drink. Tangut royals once brewed tea with juniper ash and yak butter, a drink the old monk here still insists will unfreeze stubborn thoughts. Pine resin perfumes the air, clinging to your sleeves like invisible syrup. You half expect old Master Bay to pop out, his beard braided with crow feathers like last midsummer's visit. The lanterns sway, casting long-fingered shadows across the cliff face. Their light makes the rocks seem less like stone, more like slumbering giants breathing slow. Wind sharks through the valley, snapping at your earlobes with icy teeth. You duck under a low eave, only to scuff your boot against a moss-cushioned bell. Its muted groan travels up your spine, familiar. History claims crimson dye from Tangut paper lanterns, once bankrupted 4 spice merchants. They clamored for the prized cochineal bugs, hidden in far valleys. Inside, glow reveals what day hides. A single black cat sprawls across a sutra box, tail flicking like a metronome set to earthquake tempo. 2 monks debate incense ash patterns, their whispers bouncing off cedar beams. One insists yesterday's ashfall predicted this moon phase. The other counters, it was just a drafty window. Apprentice boy returns, balancing 3 lacquer bowls with distracted grace. His sleeve catches on a doorway nail, tea sloshes, cat flees. He shrugs, eyes bright, as if spills contain secret teachings. The brew tastes like charred bark and apology, yet warmth spreads through your ribs like slow applause. Outside, moon climbs. It silvers the plank bridge, the drop beneath now invisible, swallowed by night's mouth. You count lanterns reflected in the void below, 8, no 10, their light pooling like fallen, stars too tired to climb back up, back arching against wall planks. You notice shadows inside shadows. A gaunt face carved into a beam, tongue protruding. The monastery's mute cook, they say, carves protective demons when blizzards trap them indoors for weeks. Last year, he made 73, 32 remain, others burned during the starving spring. Glow softens everything, even time. When the iron bell rings, you no longer count breaths between strikes. Starlight stitches the gaps between tiles, broken constellations retold by cobblestone. Somewhere cat yowls, a sound like ripping velvet. Tea master appears at last, stepping silently as moonbeam on dust. His gaze holds yours, not unkindly, before sweeping toward the eastern ridge. They unlocked luminosity through ink. He murmurs, a phrase Tangut scribes once inked onto every 9th page of sutras. Now, he gestures you toward a low stool, its legs, uneven as compromise. An owl cries, 3 short bursts, then silence. Under this mountain's gaze, you stop wondering if dawn will come. Paper lanterns gutter one, surrendering with a hiss. You watch the apprentice fetch, a ladder, his breath pluming like phantom speech bubbles in stale air. Cold seeps upward from flagstones, knees stiffening, thoughts thickening like cooled gruel. Master snaps his fan shut, a dried cicada wing sandwiched between bamboo slats. His gift, or accidental stowaway. Wind gnaws through paper panes, uninvited guest, tasting the last dregs of warmth. That crimson peony you glimpsed earlier, remember, the one thriving in granites, rain-cupped palm. The cat now sleeps curled against its pot, breath moving petals slightly. Daily, the monks debate moving it indoors, but they never do. Hermitage darkness differs from valley dark. Here blackness hums, charged by centuries of murmured mantras, soaked into timber. Your boot finds the bridge's first plank, unsteady as a freshman's promise. Laughter drifts from the kitchen, a sudden burst, then smothered. Master guides your elbow, not preventing departure, just delaying it 3 heartbeats. Look, he breathes. First, snowflakes spiral through lantern glow, dizzy moths, mistaking fire for moon. Each dissolves before touching rock, ghost kisses on unyielding skin. Door creaks shut behind you. Frost already reclaims the bridge, its crystals fractal branching over wood grain. Lamp glow shrinks to tiger-eye slits between door cracks. Each crunching step sings tiny ice harp strummed by your soles. Pine branches sag under fresh powder, no longer silhouettes. Just white shapes swallowing themselves, mouthful after mouthful. Yet that mulberry paper glow lingers, anchored to your retina like spent lightning. True story. Tangut hermits pressed these lanterns into service as emergency pillows when blizzards buried guests for weeks. Half the monks here still swear flattened bamboo soothes stiff necks better than buckwheat husks. But you smile, knowing their necks have been stiff since the Ming dynasty knocked at their gates. One final corner turns Hermitage swallowed by crags. Your pocket holds a stolen walnut, a joke from apprentice boy. Its ridges align with your thumbprint, like 2 maps of the same uncharted country. Snow hushes everything, even memories of torchlight, yet warmth persists, nestled beneath collarbones. That single sip of pine smoke tea, etching its own slow path downward. The snow parts beneath worn soles, revealing stone steps, so polished they might be carved from midnight ice. Pausing, you trace moss furrows, climbing each slab nature's slow reclamation of human geometry. 2 figures loom ahead, their outlines blurred by centuries of storm and sun. Gate guardians, though guardians, feels generous given their chipped noses and missing fingers. Rain hollows their eye sockets, but deepens their frowns, eternal disapproval etched in granite. Lean closer, decipher lichen patterns mapping their robes like forgotten continents. Tangut royals commissioned these giants to frighten off bandits, or so insists your tea-stained guidebook back home. Frankly, they'd barely scare a raccoon now, moss beards tickling their chests. One statue leans at 10 degrees, probably from a Song dynasty earthquake. No one bothered fixing. Cold bites fingertips as you press palm to the western statue's knee. Stone still holds noon's weak warmth, like bread left in an oven too briefly. Rub your thumb over grooves there, 16 parallel lines. 30 years ago, a visiting monk swore they marked the days, until snowfall each autumn, his proof being obvious numerology. The Eastern guardian's cheek holds half a smile, perhaps vandalism, perhaps weather's prank. Wags say he smirked when 12th century invaders tripped over the raised threshold. Historians still argue whether these statues faced inward or outward, originally. Some claim their backs guard inner demons instead of outer ones. Wind needles through the gate arch, playing notes like cracked porcelain. You swear the western statue's shadow shifts, but that's just cloud teeth chewing moonlight. Legend claims they swap places on Lunar New Year's Eve, ice cracking as stiff joints pivot. Tonight, though, they remain stoic, unless you count that one squirrel nesting in a guardian's ear. Small offerings clutter their pedestals, dried persimmons, walnut shells, one knitted mitten. Last summer's incense sticks jut skyward, snapped halfway like surrender flags. Pilgrims once left silver ingots here, but spare buttons suffice now. Behind the moss curtain, their torsos hide carvings. Trail fingers across 3 rabbits chasing endlessly around a moon disk, the Tangut version of Buddhist eternity. Your nail catches on claw marks, long parallel grooves, probably bored wildcats sharpening talons. 2 bronze bells dangle overhead, green with age. Reach up, fingertips grazing cold metal, then hesitate. Some say ringing them wakes stone lungs beneath the Hermitage, triggering ground shakes or meditation visions. Sister Chen swears she heard monks chanting when she struck them during last winter's fever. But Sister Chen also eats wild mushrooms without cataloging first. First snowflake lands on a guardian's brow, melting instantly down the frown line. Centuries of water have carved that same path deep as sword scars. You consider ancient artisans whether they shared jokes while chiseling these grumpy brows, or chanted silent prayers against blade slips. A voice yanks you backward, mind the 3rd step. The tea master's apprentice gestures, his scarf muffling words. Only one tiles flips loose when snow piles high, eaten by frost demons. He winks, disappearing behind the gate, leaving you to test each slab like a piano key. Pause beneath the arch, cold kissing forehead, mountain breath, channeled through this stone throat. Tangut masons built these gates wide enough for yak caravans. But now, a single monk fills the space entirely. Slant light reveals hidden script along the arch's underside, prayers pressed belly up against time's weight. Running hand over Eastern Guardian's arm, feel quartz veins marbling his sleeve. Polar explorers once chipped off fragments, believing they held eternal warmth, only to find regular cold rocks draped in fantasy. Still, old men rub lucky stones from here when thunder splits valley silence. Moon bleaches guardian faces into ghost-pale masks, their features dissolving like sugar sculptures. You count heartbeats until vision adjusts, until lichen beards resettle into focus. Footfalls echo behind, the mute cook shuffling past, nodding at statues like neighbors on his stoop. He leaves a radish atop Western Guardian's fist, its skin glowing lunar white. Later, birds will peck it, or maybe moss will claim it, another slow feast. Tilt head back, study how guardians crane forward, peering down, as if disappointed in your waterproof boots. For gatekeepers, they're terrible at keeping anything out, considering the deer tracks fresh inside courtyard silt. That crooked smile flickers again, a trick of moving clouds. Snow muffles courtyard sounds, stills the urge to explain yourself to silent judges. Instead, you kick loose ice from the step, sending it skittering against Western Guardian's foot. A petty rebellion, erased by wind. Shadows pool deeper between their legs' holes into mountain marrow. Experts think treasure hoards once hid here, Tangut silver smuggled from Mongol hordes. All searches unearthed were rats' nests, birch scroll scraps, and a child's wooden sword. You cross into the Hermitage proper, glancing back just once. Twin stairs follow, or maybe it's gravity tilting their heads. Either way, their silent watch continues, sentry shifts stretching longer than dynasties. Snow dusts moss beards, fresh white on old green, a truce between season and stone. Cinnamon smoke greets you inside, clinging to cloak hem, as wind slams the gate shut behind. Tea master's laughter drifts through rafters, a sound half cough, half bell tone. Frost creeps up the courtyard well, its iron rim weeping into darkness. The guardians remain, their ears filled with blizzard whispers instead of pilgrims' pleas. The cinnamon smoke curls tighter around you as 8 bronze bells shiver above. Their chains knot into blackened cedar beams, each note spiraling loose like maple seeds in fall. Step closer, watch shadows pool where sound strikes stone. 8, always 8, a number sacred to Tangut's star counters, tracking Venus cycles. Historians still argue whether bells number imperial concubines, nearby peaks, or stages of moonrise tea ceremonies. One clangs low, a drunk giant clearing his throat. Wind combs through cedar boards, older than Genghis Khan's first pony. Press ear to the trunk, hear resin weeping 30 feet below ground. Supposedly, monks planted it, upside down, roots craving sky, branches buried like penitent hands. Your boot scuffs a hollow patch where century-old feet wore, stone smooth. 3 grooves radiate outward like ripple rings from dropped coins. Experts think monks practiced barefoot pacing here, despite 13 broken toe bones found nearby. A bell tilts, spilling metallic mist down your collar. That once cracked, its song frayed at the edges. 10th century poets called such damage heaven's teeth marks, though frankly, it sounds like a kazoo mourning its career. Slide thumb along cedar grain, each ridge sharp as baker's knife scores. This wood never rots, they claim, due to bodhisattva blessings or superior tongue oil recipes. Polar explorers stole a plank in 1911, believing it cured frostbite. They returned as icicles. Bells dip again, their iron clappers lazy as summer wasps. Count the heartbeats between strikes. 11, then 9, then 14. Music without rhythm, like rain on a schizophrenic's roof. That smallest bell bears etched rabbits, 3 chasing tails in a circle. Bend closer, spot where pilgrim thumbs polished the bronze soft. Buddhist wind chimes traditionally scare off malicious spirits, though these seem more likely to irritate than terrify. Snow gathers in each bell's cup, meltwater dripping arrhythmic notes below. Step back, avoid the icy metronome tapping your scalp. Tea master chuckles from a shadowed doorway, better than city traffic. Yes, 7 copper coins glint underfoot, tossed through centuries for luck or guilt. Wipe frost from one, reveal Kangxi era markings, nearly swallowed by time. 13 emperors ruled since its minting. None improved the Hermitage's draft problem. Sunset bleeds through cedar slats, painting bell shadows long as giraffe necks. You mimic their sway, letting hips pivot like a bad Elvis impersonator. The westernmost bell answers with a flat clank, musical critique. 3 bells wear moss beards, green trails trembling in each downswing. Folks once boiled these clumps for tea, believing they held bellcasters' wisdom. Results included mild hallucinations and 17 cases of lead poisoning. Kneel, press palm to the frozen earth beneath the cedar. Some say you can feel tower roots humming. All you catch is pebble dig into kneecaps and distant marmot gossip. Wind stills, the bells freeze mid-swing, iron tongues pressed to bronze cheeks. Silence floods the courtyard like spilled ink. Even your breath hesitates, unwilling to break the pause. Then a single note quivers loose, vibrating molars and pine needles alike. It hangs until the mountain absorbs the sound, swallowing it like a bedtime secret. You half expect an echo, yet the valley stays mum. Tick marks knife the cedar's north side, 641 notches. A Qing dynasty hermit logged snowfall dates here until arthritis stole his knife grip. Last cut ends mid-groove, a frozen scream in wood. Moonlight now transforming bells into pendulum ghosts above. Their frayed songs grow softer, older, as frost stiffens each chain link. Metal sighs blend with your pulse, a duet for insomniacs. Tea master reappears, offering a cup that warms your palms through wool. Song dynasty poets called this place where wind stores its unwanted noises. He sips steam, fogging his spectacles. Personally, I think they wrote that during migraine season. Above, the cracked bell trembles without breeze, as if tapped by moth wings. Local legend claims midnight breezes belong to a bellmaker's ghost, still tuning his life's work. Skeptics blame loose-fitting chains or arthritic squirrels. Pine resin scent sharpens, each breath feels varnished. You count bell shadows instead of sheep 8 stains quivering on flagstones. Cold seeps through boot, seams, a reminder that standing still has consequences here. Wind resurges, wagging tongues in every bronze mouth. Notes collide midair, some tinny, some deep, as bullfrog courtship. Cover your ears. It's less symphony than cutlery drawer avalanche. 7 steps right, the clamor softens. Sound eddies swirl near the cedar's trunk, a quiet bay in metallic storm. Sit on bulging roots, your spine aligning with bark ridges. The tea master nods. Smart Tangut nuns meditated there, avoiding novice ear bleeds. His sleeve brushes a low bell. As he leaves, it groans like a stepped-on frog. Your thumb finds another coin, this one holed for threading onto prayer strings. Rub the crude square hole, edges worn smooth by desperate fingers. Wishmaking feels heavier here, as if each hope gets weighed against mountain silence. Bell notes stretch longer now, fewer clangs, more oceanic drones. Blame dropping temperatures, shrinking metal, or weakening chains, or your own tired ears sweetening the noise. Below the cedar, a single peony thrusts through snow, crimson defiant as blood on bandages. Even bells won't rattle its petals, anchored in roots old as cathedral hymns. Lean back, let cedar bark tattoo your shoulder blades. Close eyes, taste iron-rich air off the bells. Count breaths between each distant chime. Night thickens, squeezing sound, until only echoes hunt your pulse. Dawn's first light will slick these bells gold, thaw chains into liquid whispers. For now, their language stays frozen, each note a prisoner rehearsing release. A snowflake spirals through the largest bell, landing silently where clapper meets bronze lip, a perfect stillborn chord. You rise, knees cracking louder than any bell strike, and brush cedar needles from your sleeve. The courtyard exhales, its wooden lungs settling deeper into stone ribs. 8 shadows stretch toward the tea hut, pointing where warmth steams behind paper walls. Step over them carefully, these inky tripwires stretched taut by moonlight. A final breeze plucks the smallest bell, its high note fluttering like trapped bird wings. Your neck hairs lift not from cold, but the sense of something tuning itself in the dark. The tea master's candle gutters, answering with orange Morse code across frost. One bell stills itself mid-swing, as if listening for your retreating footsteps before resuming its solo in the mountain's choir. Footprints fill slowly between cedar roots, devoured by snow's white hunger. Behind you, bells whisper among themselves, discussing weather ghosts, and your ungraceful shuffle toward barley tea and fire. Their debate continues until sunrise silences them with practical daylight. A lone magpie lands on the cracked bell, peering down as if grading your exit. It caused once a raspberry noise before tucking head under wing. Wind shifts, stealing all critiques, leaving only winter's vast editorial silence. The well yawns before you, a black pupil rimmed by frost-stiffened lashes. That rope hangs taut, dampness glazing its twisted hemp muscles. Touch it, the cold bites faster than temple guard dogs. Centuries ago, Tangut hermitages built wells over natural springs, believing water echoed mountain wisdom. Experts think this shaft drops 70 feet through 13 layers of sedimentary stone. Your boot kicks loose pebbles. They vanish without clatter, swallowed by liquid darkness below. Lean over the rim, smell iron and wet granite rising like ghost breath. Historians still debate whether Tangut monks aligned wells for stellar reflections, or just followed the easiest dig sites. Carved characters crust the inner stones, too ice-worn to read, just mineral teeth grinning up. Grab the rope. Its fibers bristle like an angry boar's neck hairs. Pull hard, pulleys shriek like stepped-on hawks. Echoes slap the shaft walls, a wet drumbeat from the earth's basement. Legends claim these wells sing when groundwater shifts before earthquakes. In 1709, monks reported bassoon-like drones for 3 days before the Xi'an tremor. Modern seismologists rolled their eyes until recording infrasound murmurs here in 2002. Your arms burn as the bucket rises, sloshing black mirror water. The handle's wood feels preternaturally cold, stinging through wool mittens. Tangut well buckets held copper linings. They thought metal purified spirits, not realizing copper kills algae. Peer into the water, your face fragments into ripples. 12 seconds pass before the surface stills, showing a bleached moon floating below. Some claim you'll see future lovers here. You mostly see your chin, looking weirdly pointy. A drip detonates the reflection, shattering moonlight into silver tadpoles. Wind snakes down the well shaft, making the bucket spin lazily. Heretics used these wells to eavesdrop on monks' courtyard confessions, the first recorded surveillance system. Kneel, press ear to the icy stones. A gurgle travels up from impossible depths, maybe water, maybe the mountain, clearing its throat. 16th century nuns swore they heard Sanskrit chants rising with the water vapors, probably just tinnitus from icy prayer halls. The tea master materializes, offering a dipper carved from gourd. Drink slow. This water's been climbing towards sunlight since the Tang dynasty. It tastes of flint and stubbornness, with a metallic afterkick like licking battery terminals. He points to frost patterns on the bucket. Winter writes its poems here. You nod, though the squiggles resemble a constipated octopus more than haiku. 3 iron rings bolt the winch to its stone base, each corroded into eczema sculptures. Notice how frost avoids certain patches, clinging only where human sweat soaked the rock. Monks interpreted such gaps as blessings. Pragmatists note salt repels ice formation. A rumble vibrates the bucket, water jittering like drumhead skin. Local legend says underground rivers drag careless souls to mythical Lake Coconor. Reality? Probably just air pockets belching in the deep. Footprints around the well tell muddy tales, some barefoot, some hobnailed, one set oddly triangular. 17th century pilgrims believed circling wells backwards cleansed sins. Results included dizzy falls and concussions. Your dipper dips again, this sip colder, sharper, a blade of liquid chill down the esophagus. 12 ancient poems celebrate this well's throat-cutting purity. 5 complain about dental pain post-chugging. Ice armor crusts the rope where it kisses stone, each thoroughfreeze cycle thickening the glaze. Snap off a shard, it melts before hitting the water, an aborted dive. That moon still floats below, untroubled by your disturbances. Tangut astronomers mapped lunar phases using well reflections, complaining about neck cramps in surviving scrolls. Their star charts matched Chinese records, except for the lost month of frog rain. Wind dies, the well exhales a final vaporous sigh. Silence returns, so profound you hear ice crystals knitting new frost tattoos. Even the tea master's breath stills, his lungs respecting the hush. Replace the dipper, its hollow clunk echoing twice, as if the well holds twins. Step back, the moonlight now paints the rope silver, transforming it into a hangman's braid. Your shadow stretches long, merging with the well's darkness like ink spilled on ink. 3 steps toward the tea hut, then pause. Behind you, the bucket sways, knocking a dull knell against wet stone. 99 stone steps lead down to this well, each slanted to shed avalanche debris. Count them, ascending later. Your thighs will howl protests set to tango tempo. The tea master chuckles as you massage your rope raw palms. Mongol warlords thought this water sterilized arrow wounds. They died of infection, screaming about betrayal. He kicks the bucket, its chain laughing like shattered chimes. Above, constellations spin their frosty gossip. Below, the well guards its aquatic secrets. You pocket a pebble smoothed by centuries of spills, a mute witness to thirsts quenched and questions drowned. Frost creeps toward your boots, crystalline fingers hungry for warmth. Retreat feels wise, yet the well's gravity tugs at your ribs. One last glance, the moon's reflection winks, or maybe just ripples from a depth-dwelling carp's flick. Morning will glaze this rope, thick as a tree trunk, hid the bucket under snow mantle. For now, darkness drinks the light, the well mouth vanishing into night's black quilt. A nightjar's cry pierces the valley, answering the pulley's creak with liquid melody. The tea master yawns. Even wells need sleep. They dream of rain-cloud trysts and aquifer love affairs. Your shadow walks ahead, beckoning toward hearth smoke and the promise of steam. Yet the well's whispers cling, a chill necklace around your thoughts, its lessons echoing long after the handle stills. Steam snakes from the chipped cup bitterness, softened by pine resin air. The tea master's hands tremble, yet pour with lunar precision. Moonlight carves his wrinkles into topographical maps of sleepless nights. You cradle unglazed clay rough as a stray cat's tongue. 6th century Tangut teacups lacked handles, forcing drinkers to embrace heat's sharp sermon. First sip tastes like licking a battery, then dissolves into glacial aftertones. Dayanhung black tea, he rasps, plucked 30 steps from where Genghis Khan's horse pissed in 1228. Historians still argue whether Tangut tea rituals imitated Chinese customs or sprang from older Tibetan rites. 3 pine needles float like compass needles, pointing nowhere useful. Your pinky finger rebels, yearning for cardboard takeout cups. His eyebrow twitches, as if hearing your sacrilege. Between pores, the gourd dipper catches starlight in its belly. Tangut porcelain used volcanic clay, trapping heat longer than modern ceramics. Practical, Unless you enjoy fingertip blisters, a nightjar screeches, syncopating with his kettle's whistle. Water here boils slower, thinner air cheating bubbles of their vigor. Some monks swore high-altitude tea-opened sky, gates in the mind. Your tongue catalogues flavors, peat smoke, lichen, distant blueberries. 17th century hermits added powdered cedar bark for wolf-hour alertness. The result tasted like gnawing furniture, but kept naps at bay. He refills your cup's steam, ghosting into the constellation, Orion's armpit. Notice his thumb, stained permanent ochre from decades of tannins. Imperial records mention tea masters buried with their favorite strainers, status symbols rusting underground. Cold nips your ears, but warmth ribbons through your ribs. Sixth cup or seventh time blurs like ink in avalanche runoff. Tea masters timed infusions by cricket chirps before pocket watches murdered romance. A dried chrysanthemum crown hangs above his kettle, its petals crisp as old love letters. Pilgrims once traded flower teas along the Silk Road, hiding jade in camellia tins. Your cup's crack leaks a tiny betrayal dark drops, staining worn cedar. He scowls, dabs the spill with a fox fur rag. Legends claim a Tangut princess poisoned 7 suitors via leaky teacups. Historians blame dysentery. Wind frisks the hut's paper window, moonlight rippling across the tea tray. Steam patterns mimic cloud dragons, if clouds snorted wasabi. You stifle a laugh, earning his 1,000-year frown. He produces a bamboo whisk, tracing figure 8s in your next pour. Froth crowns the liquid like alpine snowpack. 9th century poets called this jade foam, probably needed better hobbies. 3 sips in your scalp tingles, fingertips buzzing as if brushed by moth wings. That cedar bark theory seems less insane now. Outside, snowflakes pirouette past the window, mocking your cozy buzz. His kettle sports a dent where lightning struck during a 1932 storm. Monks salvaged it, claiming electricity improved the mouthfeel. Modern tea snobs eye roll, yet still request zapped brews. Your empty cup meets wood, a hollow knell echoing his sigh. He rotates it, studying tea leaves smeared like Vanta black constellations. A ship, he mutters, or maybe a poorly drawn sheep. Divination via dregs, the original inkblot test. You see Australia, if Australia were drunk and suicidal. He nods toward the door, winds veering west, carrying fox gossip. You smell nothing beyond pine and wet rock. Some monks could allegedly scent approaching storms 3 days prior, or just had sinus issues. Frost etches the window, crawling toward the teacups like glass spiders. He slides a copper warmer under your dish, releasing cardamom whispers. Tangut Hermitage's stockpiled spices as currency before pepper became pedestrian. Your 6th refill arrives, this batch steeped with slivered ginger root. Fire surges down your throat, a friendly dragon guarding your gullet. 10 cups, and even the moon looks chatty. He shows crooked teeth Mongols thought tea dulled battle rage, fools blamed defeats on chamomile. His laugh sounds like gravel down a washboard. Manuscripts confirm Kublai Khan's soldiers drank fermented mare milk tea, explaining many poor decisions. Outside, the wind gnashes its teeth against stone walls. Inside, steam fogs your glasses, melting the world into fuzzy watercolors. This hut feels lighter, untethered from gravity's nagging grip. He reveals a brick of par tea wrapped in mummy-like linen. Harvested during an 1800s solar eclipse, shadow tea auctions now fund yacht purchases. Yet his chunk smells earthy and true. Your eyelids dip, weighted by warmth, and the crickets lullaby count. The tea master snaps bamboo tongs, sleep here, and you'll fuse to the floorboards. His jest holds ancestral warnings. Monks found ice mummified in meditation caves. You stand knees popping like muffled fireworks. Stars wheel outside, unconcerned by human steep times. He bows, tea-stained hands clasped, a marionette cut from moon threads. 3 steps into frigid night. The hut's glow shrinks behind you. Tea's furnace still hums in your veins, defying altitude's sharp kiss. His final offering, a palm-sized cake of pressed leaves, nestles in your pocket. Snow starts in earnest now, each flake dissolving against your flushed cheeks. The trail back hides under fresh powder, white erasing footsteps, like time erasing emperors. His silhouette lingers in the doorway, a tremorless shadow now. You wonder if he ever sleeps, or just becomes tea-scented mist until dawn. 50 paces downhill, you glance back. Steam still leaks from the hut's roof vent, a silver strand braiding with stars. The tea master's light blinks out, swallowed by mountains old as thirst. That chrysanthemum crown sways in darkness, a pendulum counting night's quiet pulse. Pocket the teacup, its cracked lip already cooling against your palm. Your breath plumes merge with lingering steam, 2 vapors arguing about warmth. Ginseng bitterness clings to your teeth, a pleasant vandal overstaying its welcome. Ice crunches underfoot, each step cracking miniature glaciers. Tea's illusion of summer fades as reality's freezer reasserts control. Ahead, your hut's oil lamp glows, a buttery star promising wool blankets. The tea cake weighs nothing, yet holds forests, storms, whole valleys in its pressed layers. You'll save it for some future midnight, when mountains feel less like monuments, more like murmuring bones. Snow silences the world, hushing even your heartbeat's stubborn drum. That's the last gift of oversteeped leaves, the courage to walk unafraid through cold infinity. Knowing warmth survives in clay and steam, in the stubborn tilt of the tea master's pouring wrist. Cold numbs your nostrils, each breath a frosty trespass. Moon etches your shadow onto snow, long and liquid like India ink. That tea glow still pulses in your gut, a delayed sunrise smuggled past your ribs. The meditation hall squats ahead, its sloped roof burdened by ice armor. Tangut builders angled ceilings against avalanches, 8th century architects copying marmot wisdom. Arrow slits pierce the stone walls, knife cuts bleeding starlight. You duck through a low doorway, hinges screeching like a grieved hawk's. Inside, stillness hangs thicker than temple incense. Flagstones bite through boot soles, centuries of foot polish, mirroring the sky's frost. Lean against an icy wall, let your gaze climb upward. Those narrow windows slice constellations into freeze-dried portions, light portioned like wartime rations. Egyptians aligned pyramids with Orion's belt, but Tangut hermits divided heaven into silver shreds. Vega glares through one slit, its icy blue point drilling through drowsiness. Some mystics claimed stars were holes poked in a cosmic furnace, secrets leaking through. Tonight, you see punctures in God's insulation, nippy drafts reaching earth. 3 more notches spill moonlight, placarded across a frayed meditation mat. Stripes glow white-blue like monochrome prison bars for saints. You step into one beam, let its chill scalp your head. 3 drops echo each crisp as a dice toss. Follow the sound to a corner where thawed drips meet stone. Historians treasure medieval climate records found in monastery drip lines, fossilized over centuries. Here each bead writes tomorrow's archive, useless to anyone thawed. Rodent claws scritch behind walls, tiny manicures on frost-rotten wood. Tangut monks domesticated voles to clean millet grains, then forgot them inside voids. Their descendants still tidy crumbs, perpetual unpaid interns. A brass brazier stands cold, filled with moon-bleached ash. Alchemists once stirred mercury here, seeking gold, only poisoning temple cats. Fools blamed coughing felines on demon whispers, better than admitting ineptitude. High above, moths orbit a cobwebbed chandelier, their wings gray as old teeth. Moon projects moth ballet onto floor planks, shadow puppetry sans hands. You pivot, cast a giraffe-shaped silhouette, just for levity's sake. The bell tolls, once, twice, a sound like frozen gongs cracking. Its aftershock hangs between rafters, dust shaken loose in slow snowfall. Tanguts cast bells with silver, believing metal retained moon memory, tin ears hearing divinity. Vega's light migrates, creeping toward a crumbling mural. Faded pigments show dancing demons, their faces scrubbed off by cloaked prudery. Restorers found 5 layers beneath each repaint, condemning the prior as vulgar. Your breath fogs a carved lotus, frost momentarily retreating from stone. Touch the ice, it grips back with glass teeth. Hermits rubbed meditative circles here, index fingers worn smooth as pebbles. One chronicle claims saints left, right-handed ghosts still polishing the path. Through another slit, the Big Dipper pours emptiness onto your shoulder. Polaris winks, its constancy overrated, wobbling like drunk nobility. Astronomers still argue whether Tangut priests navigated by stars or just mapped existential dread. Wind whistles through arrow gaps, playing the hall like a cracked flute. Cover your ears, the sound becomes teeth grinding inside granite. Some monks filed gaps to modulate wind's key, early New Age mood music. Flagstones dip underfoot, centuries of knees-denting rock surrender. Trace the hollows, finger grooves a topograph of vanished prayers. Stone remembers what flesh forgets. Your palm fits where anguish once pooled. A hidden shelf cradles 13 dust-swathed scrolls, silk ribbons crumbling like old cake. Don't unroll them. Ink flakes off like dead skin. Tangut scribes used iron gall ink, beautiful, until it ate through parchment like acid. Sit on the meditation mat, its reeds stiff and hostile as porcupine quills. Adjust your legs, knees protest. This posture wasn't designed for modern hips. 7th century pamphlets recommended lotus pretzeling, bliss obtained via cartilage trade-offs. Craning upward, the slits now frame Sirius, bright as a diamond-tipped drill. That star pulses hotter than plasma, should an overachiever mocking your mediocrity. Myths say dogs go mad under its glare tonight. You blame that twinkle for your stiff neck. Peer outside a slit world compressed into a luminous parchment strip. Below, fox tracks skirt a frozen well, circling some cold desire. Above, uninterrupted black velvet, stitched hastily with sequins, hurl a pebble. It pings off the icy floor, skittering like panicked beetle. The sound amplifies, bouncing 7 times before surrendering to quiet. Monks tested acoustics here, chanting sutras, until echoes harmonized or their throats bled. Violet light bleeds through a northern slit, dawn's herald creeping closer. Night relents, but not the cold. It clings like a jilted lover. Stand body unfolding like rusted scissors, each joint a tiny rebellion. One last glance at Vega, now fading like a dismissed idea. Legend claims starflecks pepper Tangut tea bricks, packed celestial glitter for pilgrim tolls. Nonsense. Yet, squinting, you swear ice dust twinkles on your sleeve. Stumble back into pre-dawn gloom, breath trailing exhausted ghosts. Behind you, the meditation hall resumes its glacial meditation, unimpressed by mortal interruption. Frost seals the door shut, already erasing your visit. Your hut awaits, oil lamp, dimmed blankets slack with longing. Pocket a scroll fragment, liberated from that shelf, its secret safe until thaw. Unravel it come spring, when mysteries feel playful, not just frozen tears. The sky pales, stealing stars bite by bite. What lingers are those arrow-slit imprints, branded behind your eyelids, geometry engraved on the dark. Sleep beckons, but Vega's cut-out silhouette still gleams, a shiv of light in memory's cloakroom. Dawn's first gash bleeds gold over peaks. You walk, boots kick up diamond dust, every step a crunching requiem for night. Wine-dark sky drains to dishwater gray, celestial drama replaced by chore light. Reach your door, fumble the latch, ice seizes the mechanism. Kick it, a harsh remedy taught by frozen continents. Inside, waiting, the cot creaks, wool blankets mounded like sleeping bears. Strip off stiff layers, they stand unaided, frozen scarecrow armor. Slide under covers, shivers racking your spine, a Morse code complaint. Tea's last warmth finally retreats, its emerald tide ebbing from your veins. Eyelids seal, amber afterimages of arrow-slit stars. Pulse, retinal graffiti, refusing to fade. Outside, wind murders silence, throttling pine needles against your roof. Sleep comes, a smuggler, dragging you past consciousness's toll booth. Your final thought, how those star slices felt less like windows, more like knives, stabbing downward. Then nothing, Vega's blade sheathed at last, in the velvet flesh of dreams. Morning, frost clings to your lashes, blinking sharpens the world into brittle focus. Ahead, rows of copper cylinders stand crooked, like drunk monks waiting for alms. Their once bright metal wears a sickly green verdigris scales, flaking under your breath's warmth. You crouch, fingers tracing grooves, nearly smoothed away. These prayer wheels spin tales, only wind bothers reading now. Tangut's script loops, like knotted string each character, resisting your clumsy non-archer eyes. 8th-century monks stuffed them with mantra-printed paper, compressed hopes spiraled tight. A gust slaps the nearest cylinder, it groans into motion. Copper grinds against its iron axle, a sound like grinding teeth. 10 spins, 20, it wobbles to stillness again. Historians treasure the Karakoto findings, preserved edicts, proving Tangut clerks taxed even temple rice. One wheel lists leftward, its capstone gnawed by weather or teeth. You press a palm against cold metal, feel vibrations beneath the patina. Some fringe scholars whisper of earthquake spells, incantations to quiet angry bedrock. Slow spinning shadow crosses your boot, sunrise pulling night's stitches loose. Cipher these etchings, you dare, squinting at serpentine lines. Experts think they encode lunar cycles, or maybe grocery lists for long-dead hermits. 3 grooves show fingershine where pilgrims turned cylinders raw. Touch them, your skin meeting, ghost palms through centuries of polish. One emperor ordered prayers engraved in stone wasted chisel work, weather erased them in 50 winters. Lean closer, inhale oxidized metal, it bites back with cemetery chill. A wasp nest bulges inside the hollow base, papery layers vibrating with snores. Smart insects, commanding prime prayer real, estate rent-free. Your thumbnail scrapes a stubborn patch green powder, snowing onto shale. Beneath, faint characters emerge, midnight strokes peeking through mold makeup. Historians still argue whether spinning counted as reading, or just lazy devotion for rich patrons. Wind picks up, 5 cylinders jerk into motion, clattering like cheap wind chimes. Their cacophony echoes off the gorge below sound, fraying into meaningless noise. Each rotation wears the axle thinner, progress as slow as glacial drift. Kneel peering at the base, where rain pools minerals. Dendritic patterns bloom, ferrous blood vessels climbing copper skin. They mimic sacred maps, capillaries, leading nowhere wholly. A beetle trundles across engraved lotus petals, carapace gleaming oily blue. It pauses, antennae testing the air, then marches into shadow. You envy its indifference. No need to parse crumbling poetry here. Sun warms your neck, false comfort against mountain's lingering grudge. Stand too fast. Black spots swarm your vision, another gift from thin air. Steady yourself on the wobbling cylinder. It rotates under your weight, spinning karmic debts into motion. Check the furthest wheel, it's copper laced with hairline cracks, frost expansion, probably, or some pissed off disciples boot back in the Ming era. Touch the fracture edges sharp enough to draw regret's thin blood. Behind the row, a stone slab tilts, its surface pitted by acid rain. Faint glyphs swim beneath mineral stains, like drowned men waving through pond ice. Bend brush grime off one corner, revealing a coiled dragon's tail. Restorers would weep here. You just trace scales, carved smoother than river stones. A coin winks in the dirt beside your toe, a Kanksiira cash, square hold for stringing. Pocket it. Hello, lucky charm from dead accountants. Wind shifts, smacking the row again. Wheels spin counterclockwise this time, reversing prayers into cursed limericks, almost 8 centuries old. Your boots crunch toward the Hermitage's scriptorium, frost snapping under each step like brittle candy. Dawn paints the room blue, your breath crystallizes midair, hanging as ghostly punctuation. There, on the low desk, last night's inkstone glares up, a frozen tar pit. Charcoal stick, figures stagger across mulberry paper mid-sentence when cold seized their dance. The brush stands upright in its holder, a sentinel petrified by ice. Tangut scribes mixed pine soot with elk glue, their ink resisting glacier winds. A shame tonight's monk forgot the recipe. You blow warmth onto the stone, frost retreats in smoky plumes. Beneath the rime, ink gleams black as a starless sky. Fingertip testing, the surface earns you a sticky scab of darkness. Frozen ink clings like a needy bat. 3-century-old smudges, probably a novice's panic before morning bells. Morning sun slants through rice paper panels, spotlighting dust motes in frantic swirls. That brush, its goat hair bristles splayed mid-flick, looks like it's waving goodbye. Historians still argue whether abandoned calligraphy cursed a work, or just meant tea break one. Nudge the brush. It refuses to yield, ice cementing it to the wood. Some fringe texts claim frozen ink traps, prayers mid-flight ghost words, hovering until the thaw. You half expect the characters to peel off the page, complaining about the draft. The inkstone's quarry mark hides underneath, a tiny engraving of 3 peaks. Same mountain you're standing on, weird self-portrait by megalomaniac rock. Scholars dig up these stones near Xi'an, wrapped in silk like fancy chocolates. Paper's edge curls where wet ink froze and contracted, puckering like kissed skin. Your nose hovers inches above a half-drawn tortoise, its shell pattern interrupted by rhyme. Experts think these glyphs charted star paths, not wildlife. because monks loved metaphor more than zoology. One drop of ink froze mid-air fall, suspended below the brush tip, a lustrous black tear. Under sunlight, it glows like obsidian, holding yesterday's twilight inside. You resist poking it, barely childhood memories of tongue on flagpoles screaming caution. A dented water dropper lies nearby, its bronze belly ruptured by ice expansion. Classic mistake, leaving liquid in freezing temps. Some 8th century intern's last day. Copper shards gleam in frost like metallic confetti at a pity party. Lean closer, study the interrupted characters. Sharp strokes gone fuzzy at frozen borders. Looks like someone wrote moon, but got interrupted by ouch my fingers. Outside, wind screeches through pines, mocking this stalled calligraphy session. Your knuckles brush the paper. It crackles like pharaoh skin. Another ruin defying touch. Squint at the largest glyph, a tangled knot of lines resembling a storm. Or maybe a really ticked-off sheep. Tangut abstraction leaves room for interpretation. 13 smaller characters huddle beneath their meaning, locked in ice. Pine resin scent lingers, clinging to scroll tubes stacked in the corner. You imagine the monk rising mid-stroke, drawn by a sound, never returning. Historians treasure such moments, time capsules of interrupted lives. The inkstone's edge wears smooth centuries of wrists, grinding circles during writer's block. Press your palm there, cold bites back, a conversation across 800 winters. Sunlight climbs higher, thaw creeps across the desk, frost retreating in wet whispers. Black ink bleeds through melting paper, the tortoise's legs blurring into a Rorschach swamp. Ice cracks inside the water dropper, sharp snaps echoing in the still room. That trapped droplet finally falls, splat exploding starfish on mulberry paper below. One last look at the brush, still defiant, frost sweating under noon's glare. You leave it upright, a prisoner awaiting parole by spring's slow diplomacy. Shadow swallows the scriptorium as you duck through the doorway, blinking in sudden mountain light. Snow squeals under your boots, fresh powder protesting each step toward the courtyard's edge. That giant bronze bell hangs mute, its mammoth curve black against dusk's lavender smear. Circling its stone platform, paw prints stitch precise loops, as if charting some vulpine ritual. Press your glove beside one print, the paw dwarfed by your hand. Yet the crispness shames your own blurred boot marks. Foxes trot light, weight spread across toe pads like snowshoes, an evolutionary hack for winter survival. These tracks crisp edges unmelted, maybe minutes old. Reddish fur snags on rough bronze near the bell's base, sunset turning each strand to copper wire. Historians still argue whether monks tolerated foxes or revered them as mountain messengers. That orange blob by the well last summer's persimmon theft solved. Lean closer. The bell's surface ripples with casting flaws, frozen waves in a metal ocean. 8th century founders mixed tin and copper in precise ratios, their recipes guarded like imperial decrees, though this giant's silence suggests someone flunked metallurgy class. Lower belly shows scars, centuries of clappers kissing the same spot, now polished bright as liquid gold, except no striker swings tonight, chains knotted upward like coiled serpents sleeping. Fringe manuscripts claim silenced bells ward off bad luck, that metal absorbs misfortune through sound, unverified, but explains the place's vibe. Wind skitters pebbles across the flagstones, their click-click mimicking rodent bones rolling downhill. You count 17 prints, all clockwise, Fox logic, favoring celestial navigation over efficiency. Moon's not up yet. Maybe the little dude's just indecisive. Flashlight beam crawls up the bell, revealing crude characters near the rim. Cast under a midsummer comet, proclaims the inscription, Tangut pride, undimmed by 900 winters. Experts think comets scared ancient founders into metalwork. Celestial panic made art. Another theory, they just liked sparkly night shows. Ghost of fish, oil hangs in the air, liniment for the bell's hinges, last applied when Genghis Khan wages a summer internship. Rub your thumb over the iron pivot, grease turned waxy, color of canned peas, left forgotten. Suddenly, a scrape overhead. You lurch backward, expecting falling ice. Just a pinecone dislodged, plopping into snow with a damp sigh. Fox chuckles at your jump, probably hidden in those shadow shrubs over there. Make a mental note, pack adult, diapers next pilgrimage. Bell's lip bears claw marks, ragged lines where something scaled the titan. Ring-tailed raccoon dog, desperate squirrel, ambitious ferret. The mountain keeps its mysteries, blood-packed privacy policy. Bend to inspect a deeper print, rear paw splayed wide, fox breaking mid-stride. Must have spotted you trudging from the scriptorium, dinner plans rerouted. Hope your face, whispered vegetarian. Bronze near ground level sweats green verdigris tears, staining old snow jade. Touch it, powder sticks to your fingertip, smell like tarnished pennies and nostalgia. Cameron Highlands tea plantations still use this patina process, minus the fox interference. Step back, whole bell resembles a funeral urn for some thunder god, silence thicker than temple incense. Records show Emperor Lizang gifted 3 such bells. Only this grumpy grandpa remains. Historians lost the return receipt. Wind plucks at the knotted chains, metal links whispering secrets too faint to hear. During Kublai Khan's rule, court scribes wrote that singing bronze scared evil spirits north. Proof? None, but the Mongols never looted this spot. Coincidence? Something glints under the bell's rim, a crescent of ice, clinging where sun never reaches. You tap it, the ding echoes inside, a single silver note swallowed fast by woolen clouds, probably violated 8 Hermitage bylaws, -5 karma points. Fox tracks arrow westward, vanishing where rock meets cliff edge. Maybe heading home, den dug under fire-scarred cedar cubs, waiting with stolen persimmon rinds. You resist following boundaries matter, even in tuber-flavored curiosity. Last glance at the bell, its shadow stretching like tar over snow. Stillness feels deliberate, a held breath, waiting for someone unafraid to swing the damn clapper. Not you, though. Mountain dusk deepens, indigo seeping into the snow like spilled ink. Your fingertips brush the cedar lintel, splinters catching wool like thistle seeds. This hidden door swings inward, soundless, on oxblood hinges oiled by generations of paranoid archivists. Smell hits first, vanilla rot and camphor, the scent equivalent of a crypt's polite cough. Cedar shelves sag warriors bowed under centuries of linen-wrapped knowledge. Each scroll lies mummified, indigo-dyed cloth preserving words, untouched, since Kublai Khan's tax auditors missed this room. Experts think Silk Road merchants smuggled Buddhist sutras here, tax evasion and enlightenment snug in the same saddlebag. You unwrap the nearest scroll, linen crackles like old skin, revealing paper the color of weak tea. Columns of Tangut script march downward, hook and ladder characters scaling the page. Silkworm thread binds the spine, these larvae dined exclusively on imperial mulberry leaves. Fringe scholars swear they produced stronger thread, though mostly they just pooped a lot. Moonlight slants through a high slit, spotlighting dust motes in their slow ballet. 3 scrolls wear gold tags, priority reads from some long-dead librarian. Grab one, its ironwood roller heavier than expected, like lifting a saint's femur. Unfurl it across your knees, ink still gleaming with crushed pearl pigment. 5 blue tigers leap across the margins, paws crushing peach blossoms underfoot. Historians still argue whether these were religious symbols or just an inked zoological joke. Note the 4th tiger's wonky fangs, scribes' hangover, or intentional absurdity. Your thumb finds indentations, 9 parallel grooves worn into the roller. Count them like Braille, someone's nightly ritual unspooling scripture here. Monks obsessed over precise hand positions, fingers spaced exactly 3 barley grains apart. One manual warns, hold too tight and wisdom leaks between your knuckles. A moth-eaten cushion slumps nearby, stuffed with rice husks that whisper when you sit. 17 scrolls surround you, each title branded into their linen shrouds. 5-fold path to emptiness snuggles against tax records of goat holdings. Priorities blur in the dark between philosophy and livestock accounting. Sniff the air again. Scrolls exhale bergamot and stale incense. Scented inks were a Tangut specialty. Scholars wrote with perfumed carbon black to battle study fatigue. Modern tests show lavender-laced ink lowered heart rates, medieval Xanax in liquid form. Reach for a fat scroll bulging like a sausage, its silk larva thread straining. Bad idea. It unspools violently, rattling across the floor like a paranoid centipede. Freeze waiting for some librarian ghost to shush you. Only dust answers, settling slower than regret. Wind snakes through the door crack, lifting scroll edges in a wave. Pages sigh, thousands of unread syllables rustling awake. One scrap skitters toward you, a lone line floating face up. To comprehend the void, first inventory your shoes. Tangut koans, equal parts depth, and dad jokes. Shelves hold oddities between scrolls. A desiccated persimmon, puckered like an old kiss. 8 cracked ink sticks, bundled with ratty twine. Pocket 1 ink piece, relic theft feels less sinful with organic twine. High on the 5th shelf, a bronze cricket cage perches empty, except for spider tenants. Tangut nobles kept singing insects as living jewelry, lapel pins with legs. Court records mention a cricket revolt during a harvest moon banquet, unverified, but delicious to imagine. Back to the scroll, finger trace the characters. They curve like owl claws mid-pounce. No one alive fully reads Tangut's script keys to its grammar, buried with its last poets. Linguistic autopsy suggests 17 vowel sounds, 3 of them audible only to bats. Laughter wrinkles your throat. Another scribble in the margin shows a monk chasing a goat. Cross-cultural constant. Bored scholars doodling farm animal slapstick. Flip farther, find poetic descriptions of snow. Pearl scatter on granite. Sits beside heaven's dandruff. Quality varies, like monastery wine vintages. Light shifts, moon abandons the slit, plunging shelves into ink soup. Fumble for your flashlight, beam, catching a half-unrolled scroll on the floor. Its illustration stops you. Pilgrims bowing to a bell dangling midair, no ropes, no frame. An artist's whim or blueprint for things unseen. Eyelids drag pine resin and ancient paper conspiring against alertness. Lean back your head meets a scroll titled Dream Navigation for Beginners. Fitting. Shelves blur into a forest of linen tree trunks, indigo wrapping glowing faintly, bioluminescent knowledge. Footsteps echo outside, felt more than heard. Dust jumps on the floorboards, each mote a startled animal. You kill the light, embracing library blackout. Silence pools thick until a new scent arrives, snow melting on the cedar doorstep, night's slow breath, welcoming you deeper into the scroll sea. The door clicks shut behind you, extinguishing the scroll chamber's vanilla rot scent as sudden as a blown candle. Your souls meet granite steps, polished smooth by 9 centuries of sandaled feet, ascending toward dawn prayers. Pilgrims once hauled mammoth molars up these stairs, believing relic dust cured gout. Modern geology proved those molars were just unusually lumpy granite. But faith leaves smoother grooves than truth. Sunlight warms the right edge of each step, left sides mossy and forgotten. Follow the warmth, your shadow stretching ahead like an eager scout. Watch your feet. Every 3rd step wears a shallow dip where heels landed hardest. Historians still argue whether these grooves prove fervent worship or just monks hauling heavy laundry baskets. Lean against the sun-baked railing, stone still holding yesterday's heat like a stubborn memory. 7 twisted pines frame the stairway, roots cracking steps into jigsaw puzzles. Touch one fissure, your finger fits snug where rainwater carves its lazy course. Nature's erosion feels impatient compared to the patient wearing down of devotion. Halfway up, a square stone platform juts over the valley. 4 smooth patches mark where pilgrims knelt, foreheads pressed to rock, until dizziness hummed like temple bells. Stand precisely where their knees ground stone to satin. Feel the ghost ache of their penance. One emperor's diary complained of step-counting monks. If heaven requires arithmetic, send accountants, not saints. Wind gusts carry unexpected warmth, like exhalations from the mountain's stony lungs. Close your eyes. Let air currents map the route pilgrims took from vanished Silk Road outposts. They followed scent trails of glacier lilies, spring's golden breadcrumbs toward enlightenment. At least that's the romantic version. Real pilgrims probably just bribed goat herders for directions. Your thumbnail traces a deep scratch across step 78. A single jagged line cutting through the smoothness. Someone's staff slipped here during the last snowfall of some forgotten year. Imagine their muttered curse echoing through pines, devotion momentarily outweighed by icy annoyance. Faith survives these small fractures, like willow branches bending under snow. Reach the stair top, where the view opens like a thrown manuscript. 21 ridges roll toward the horizon, each bluer than the last. Pilgrim journals mention pausing here to memorize landscapes, full of wrinkles like Buddha's palm turned earthward. Modern hikers just check their step counters and complain about blisters. A single square rock invites sitting, its surface polished by generations of resting backsides. Perch here, your own spine-fitting grooves worn by farmers' shoulders and noble spines alike. Historians reconstructed pilgrim demographics from these buttock-shaped hollows. 30% peasants seeking miracles, 40% bureaucrats avoiding plagues, 30% con artists selling invisible blessings. Pull an oatcake from your pocket, crumbs tumble and stick to stone. Ants swarm within seconds, a shimmering black thread sewing your snack into the mountain's fabric. Watch them haul crumbs downhill, reverse pilgrims bearing carbohydrate offerings to their queen, no different than humans dragging mammoth teeth upstairs. Scale changes, instincts don't. Sun shifts, warming a patch of iridescent lichen on the rock wall. Touch it, cool velvet under your fingertip. This moss drinks sunlight and excretes color. Medieval pilgrims scraped it into poultices, sure it glowed with captured auroras. Fairies' dandruff, they called it, before science renamed it Xanthoria elegans. Poetry loses every single time. Stand your knees popping like damp wood in fire. Descend now back to the shadows, but pause halfway. Face the valley, shout 3 nonsense syllables. Wait, 7 echoes return, each softer than the last. Residents say mountains remember every sound ever made here, thunder and whispers, or drums and breaking hearts. Cup your ear toward the cliffs. Hear only wind and your own pulse. Your left palm presses the railing, fingertips reading polished dips worn by 10,000 guiding hands. No two groves align tall monks, children, hunchbacked elders, each leaving unique signatures in stone. Historians once matched these grooves to skeletal remains until someone asked why skeletons mattered more than grooves. Final stretch, the only steps still sharp-edged, where few pilgrims bothered climbing this far. Scuff your boot here, leave one faint mark for future historians to overanalyze. 21st century footwear, evidence of leisure hiking culture. Rebels wore sneakers long before they were cool. At the bottom, turn and stare upward. Count the steps you just walked. Impossible now, with sun glare melting them into a single white ribbon. Pilgrims never ascended without chanting, counting steps, allowed to focus wandering minds. Forget the number. Remember the burn in your thighs, the original holy ache. Kneel, press your cheek to the bottom step, where arrivals once kissed cold stone in exhausted gratitude. Granite warms your skin, still holding yesterday's sunlight like a kept promise. Modern boots march past this ritual tickets to the summit clutched, Instagrammable peaks, prioritized over dusty stairs. Your phone stays dead in your pocket. Best choice all day. Rise, dust imprints your knees, two fleeting tattoos of reverence. Slap your thighs. Watch the powder float downward, settling between cracks where future lichen will bloom. Circle back toward the library's shadow, but glance back halfway. The steps lie empty now, echoes of footfalls, sinking into stones, waiting for the next curious soul to stir them. The library door's latch sticks, so your shoulder bumps wood with a hollow thump that startles two sparrows from the eaves. They flee in feathery clatter, leaving you alone with the creaking chair by the window. Its oak runners rock steady, polished smooth by 300 years of invisible occupation. 12 generations assumed this sway, meant ghostly presences, until physics students proved valley breezes sink with its pendulum weight. Between science and folklore, the chair keeps its rhythm like a metronome set to mountain time. Dust motes swirl caught in honeyed sunlight streaming through warped glass. Approach slow, each floorboard whining betrayal under your tread. The chair faces away toward the valley you just climbed. Run fingers along its headrest, carved with lotus petals, now furry with neglect. 8 strings dangle from the right arm, knotted in complicated junctures that Tibetan sheep herders once used to count stars. Touch one knot, feel its woolen whisper against your skin. Sit, the chair accepts your weight with a groan that shakes loose a pinecone from the rafters. It thumps the floor, sending a dried beetle scuttling for shadows. Your palms grip armrests smoothed by palms grasping for comfort or enlightenment, or maybe just steadying against stiff joints. Historians found similar chairs in Liao dynasty hermitages, proof that enlightenment requires lumbar support. Lean back, the runners scrape stone like a bow across cello strings. Each forward tilt makes your shadow stretch toward a rusted brazier brimming with last autumn's pine needles. Flick one needle airborne, watch it twirl, before vanishing between floor cracks. Meditating monks allegedly plucked these from the air mid-swing, using them to test focus. One Tangut scroll claims a master caught 12,000 needles before lunch, but probably exaggerated like monastery Yelp reviews. Wind surges. The chair rocks fierce for 8 seconds before settling. Your shirt sticks to sweat-slicked wood, the same sweat that once soaked laundered robes for forgotten residents. A chill creeps up your spine, not from fear, but the stone floor exhaling cellar breath through ancient cracks. Press bare feet against icy flagstones, pairs of chilly parentheses around your soles. Twist slightly, the chair's rhythm falters like a skipped heartbeat. Spot a faded inscription carved into the left runner. Dzonganga of the western slope made this seat year of the Iron Tiger. That dates it to 990 AD, when Tangut craftsmen built defiance against Song dynasty expansion. Funny how empires crumble, but a good chair outlives dynasties. Run fingers under the seat, finding 3 concentric scratch marks. Your nail catches on roughened wood, a place where restless fingers worried at the grain. Historians still argue whether these grooves track prayer counts or boredom during marathon sermons. 2 doctoral dissertations nearly came to blows over this at a Xi'an conference, scholarship's version of a tavern brawl. A moth drifts down from shadowed rafters, landing on your knee like ash from a silent fire. Blow gently, its wings flutter before settling again, refusing eviction. You're just another temporary occupant, passing through its dust-storied domain. Imagine moths whispering chair jokes in their papery language. Why did the monk refuse a new chair? Because he'd already attained perfect posterior alignment. Stand too quick. Your head brushes a cobweb strung between chair and window frame. Sticky threads cling to hair, tickling your ear with ghost gossip. Peasant tales claimed these webs trapped wandering spirits, purifying them strand by strand. Rationalists scoff until they've walked alone through moonlit corridors at 3 a.m. Sunlight shifts, revealing a child's doodle carved behind the chair's spine, a lopsided horse grazing on stumpy legs. Squat to trace it, your fingertip following grooves made by some novice's smuggled knife. Monastic records mention a shepherd boy sent here in 1121. Prone to wood carving when bored, wonder if he ever missed his flocks or found freedom in this quiet swaying. Kneel beside the right runner where wood meets stone in a gritty handshake. A line of black ants marches into a crack, hauling beetle, wing shards throneward for their queen. They ignore the chair's sway, their world all tunnels and chemical trails. Humans build monuments, ants build empires, both equally fragile beneath a boot sole. The wind dies, leaving the chair still for 11 full breaths. Eerie silence presses cottony against your eardrums. Then, a faint creak resumes like an old friend clearing their throat before speaking. Lean close, inhale oak resin and generations of candle smoke steeped into the grain. Bjorn, the Norwegian woodworker, insists chairs soak up their owner's essence. Wood remembers elbows better than brains remember faces. From the courtyard, a wind chime clatters, sudden as dropped cutlery. The chair rocks harder, as if laughing at the noise. Hold its arms to still the motion, but feel phantom vibrations humming through the wood. They say the first monk who sat here died mid-rock, heart stopping between forward and back swing. Whether history or campfire tale, it explains the chair's nickname, Old Swaybones. Sun dips behind peaks, stealing the room's warmth. The chair fades into dusk, its contours blurring, until only sound proves its presence. Scrape, pause, scrape. Close your eyes, rocking matches your pulse, a metronome sinking flesh and timber. You're not sitting on a chair now, you're sitting inside a clock ticking mountain time. Rise reluctantly, wood groaning protest at lost warmth. Back away, watching the chair's silhouette sway against deepening blue shadows. Philosophers claim objects need witnesses to exist, but this seat defies them, rocking confidently in the empty dark. Maybe the mountain shifts beneath it, or maybe solitude makes our ears invent company. Touch the doorframe, your exit paused by one backward glance. The chair keeps rocking, an empty cradle soothed by valley winds. Turn away, the creak follows you like a whisper down the corridor. Residents claim it rocks until dawn, keeping rhythm for no one. Step into the star-cooled courtyard, your own shadow stretching long and thin across stones. Ants still march, moths still flutter, pebbles still grit beneath your soles. But behind you, steady as breath, the scrape, scrape, scrape continues. Wood remembering motion long after hands forget how to push. You step into wind sharp as broken pottery, its edge slicing through cloth to find your collarbone. Above, strings of prayer flags whip like captured storms tied between cedar beams. 5 colors fade to bruised watercolor, red bleeding pink, yellow gone sickly cream. Cotton fibers fray, unraveling secrets stitched there by vanished hands. Each gust tugs at loose threads, unspooling blessings meant for the wind's uncaring mouth. Touch one flag, its raspy texture like dry skin peeling after sunburn. The dye flakes under your thumb, leaving smudges of indigo on your fingerprint. Monks carried this tradition from Indian monasteries centuries before Marco Polo gawked at Himalayan peaks. Today they're mass-produced in Kathmandu back alleys. But these ones weathered 30 winters, authentic as chapped lips. Follow a sapphire thread's path, once vibrant as kingfisher feathers, now pale as dishwater. It snakes toward a tattered edge, partitioned by 11 precise rips. Locals claim flags must tear naturally, or trapped prayers fester like stagnant ponds. Historians still argue whether fading releases wishes or dissolves them into meaningless dust. Either way, you half expect the next gust to carry away your grocery list. Kneel beside the flagpole base, its wood soft with rot and emerald moss. A fat beetle trundles across your shoe, carrying a flag shred twice its size like tiny riot armor. Ants swarm a fallen scrap, licking sugary residue from old dye. Rumor says 9th century monks used crushed cochineal bugs for crimson, until a sneezing abbot banned demon scale pigments. These stains, probably synthetic, but still, imagine beetles weeping for their squashed cousins. Wind shifts, slapping a flag against your cheek. It smells of wet dog and ozone, the fabric gritty with carried soil. Peel it off, leaving a faint blue streak like accidental war paint. Behind you, the courtyard's lone pine tree applauds with clacking needles. Feel suddenly silly standing here, flagged like a human maypole. Spot a faded symbol once gold-leafed, now mustard smudge on white cloth. Squint, recognize the windhorse, carrying wisdom's flaming jewel, now blurry as a drunkard's doodle. Its legs melt into abstraction, hooves becoming Rorschach blobs. Modern Buddhists debate updating motifs, adding Wi-Fi symbols, or skateboarding bodhisattvas. Tradition's grip falters, thread by thread. Pluck a loose string, it's cotton, resistance brittle as old nerves. Yank, it snaps clean, coiling in your palm like suicidal spaghetti. 12 others dangle, swaying in ragged unison. They say pilgrims tied knots here for each prayer, but these look more like a cat's cradle gone wrong. Notice a flag half detached, flapping wildly like a trapped kite. The hemp cord holding it bleeds brown sap onto the fabric's saintly white. Reach up, fingertips brushing icy linen, and sudden wind uncurls its edge. A hidden message inks the fold. Zhu Lin sucks eggs in adolescent calligraphy. Guess enlightenment takes a backseat to 7th grade grudges, even here. Track a crimson scrap's flight ripped free by a gust. It cartwheels east over lichen-crusted roofs toward the valley's hungry mouth. Somewhere down there, a farmer might find it wrapped around a turnip, thinking, heaven sent garnish. Let's hope he doesn't steam it. Prayers taste bitter without soy sauce. Rain spits suddenly, sharp needles bouncing off stone. Colors intensify for 3 glorious seconds. Turquoise, flashing neon, saffron screaming like mustard gas. Then dye bleeds anew, streaking downward like melted crayons. 5. Hues mingle in puddles, industrial pollutants masquerading as art. Ring out a flag corner, brownish droplets pattering your boots. The liquid smells faintly of vinegar or pickled monks. It's hard to tell. Legends claim Tangut dyers used fermented barley for color fastness, and sometimes drinking the vats dry. No wonder those prayer wheels wobbled off-center. Shelter under the eaves as downpour thickens, watching flags plaster themselves against cedar beams, their soaked fabric pulses, lungs breathing in gray downpour, exhaling diluted blessings. A red strip tears free, fluttering down to drown in a mud puddle. Water slurps it under like a frog swallowing bad commissary. Sun pierces clouds, steam rising off stones in phantom swirls. Drenched flags drip sluggish rhythm onto granite, each plink echoing the temple's vanished drum. Step closer, smelling wet cotton and ozone, the afterlife of thunderstorms. Your shadow stretches thin, blue-tinged from the fabric's clingfilm glow. Peel a flag off the beam, its chill seeping into your palms like freezer-burn karma. Held to light, the weave shows ghostly mountains, once embroidered, now just frayed suggestions. Textile scholars would weep or bill for archival stabilization. You drop it, letting wind claim another exile. The storm passes, leaving flags drooping, exhausted by their own sodden weight. One snaps, loose entirely, sagging like a drunk's necktie over a rafter. Its tassels brush your shoulder, leaving damp kisses through your shirt. Maybe it's a blessing, maybe just roof fungus. Who's left to ask? Sunset ignites the fabric, transforming faded rags to stained glass. Vermilion glows like banked coals, emerald channels forest shadows through its weave. For 5 minutes, they're glorious again, before darkness bleaches them to gray. A final gust billows the flags, snapping them straight as naval banners. Their frayed edges vibrate, humming Morse code against the twilight. You almost understand, until the wind dies, and they collapse into wrinkled silence. Threads tremble, still echoing with departed gales. Tomorrow they'll fray further, unspooling toward nothingness at the sky's indifferent heel. You walk away, but their phantom flutter follows, itching between your shoulder blades. Each step crushes a fallen thread into the mud, binding your souls to unraveled prayers. Rain arrives as night's second shift, drops pocking the tile roofs like 1,000 clumsy typists. You huddle under the Hermitage eaves, each plink resonating through hollow ceramic. Ancient Tangut builders baked these tiles, their curved backs arching like sleeping cats. Iron nails hold them fast, a fact confirmed by rust streaks staining the gutters below. Who knew 10th century roofers were such sticklers for hardware? Lean against the doorframe, its wood swollen with dampness. Downspouts gurgle, swallowing rainfall whole before belching it into stone cisterns. Imagine monks centuries past catching this same water for dawn tea ceremonies. Their brewing methods died with them, along with the secret to tolerable lichen-infused oolong. A heavier shower hits, turning the rooftop chorus staccato. One tile near the ridge rattles, its glaze cracked by last winter's ice. Some claim night rain cleanses curses, others insist it drags up drowned regrets. You half expect the drops to spell out repent in liquid braille. Instead, they sketch abstract dampness across your sleeves. Step onto the walkway, its stones slick as old glass. Rain pearls on your lashes, blurring the courtyard into a Monet smudge. Those once vibrant prayer flags now sag, their threads dissolving into sludge-filled gutters. Remember their daytime arrogance, reduced to stringy pulp like noodles in forgotten broth. Seek shelter under a protruding balcony, its carved ravens dripping onto your scalp. Those birds look hungry enough to start plucking your hair for nest lining. Northern Way legends speak of rain harps, guts stretched over frames to amplify droplets. Imagine intestines making music nature's most metal orchestra tuning up. Wind shoves rain sideways, needling your neck like an overeager masseuse. The tiles protest, shifting infinitesimally with soggy groans. Historians still argue whether ceramic roofs signaled status or just repelled mountain ghosts better. Either way, you'd trade 10 roof beams for one functional umbrella. Spot a leak. It's persistent, plonking, hitting a broken teacup below. The rhythm suggests Morse code for bothersome, or maybe pass the dumplings. 500 years ago, a Tangut monk probably cursed this same drip during Zazen. Some traditions never die, they just get water-stained. The downpour eases, leaving irregular taps like abacus beads counted by ghosts. Silence stretches between drops, long enough to hold your breath twice. Notice how sound magnifies, the squeak of your boot sole, the gurgle of distant drains. Even your joints whisper, like treacherous informants. Rain amplifies solitude, turning eaves into echo chambers for lonely thoughts. Shuffle along the wall, fingertips grazing moss velvet plaster. October chill seeps through your layers, sneakier than tacksmen. Tangut builders mixed horsehair into mud bricks for insulation. Yet, you'd murder for modern fleece. Some scholars footnote claims they also used yak butter as caulk. Wonder if it attracted moths, or just made everything smell like rancid dairy. Peer at a drainage spout, its bronze mouth shaped like a demonic carp. Water sluices over buckteeth, creating tiny whirlpools in the puddle below. Reach out, let droplets tattoo your palm with cold constellations. 7 ripples bloom, each a miniature galaxy swallowed by darkness. Lightning flares brief as a camera flash, freezing the Hermitage in monochrome. Thunder follows, grumbling like the mountain's empty stomach. Count the seconds between flash and rumble, old habits from childhood storms. Your tally gets interrupted by rain's renewed frenzy against the tiles. Overhead cracks groan, cedar beams flexing under water's weight. This roof witnessed Genghis Khan's scouts gallop through valleys below their hooves, churning autumn mud. Wonder if those warriors envied monks dry under their ceramic shells, or pitied their rice gruel existence. Hunch lower, collar flipped up like a submarine's conning tower. Rain finds your nape anyway, liquid fingers tracing vertebrae. So much for monastic peace, this feels like waterboarding by drizzle. Did Tangut hermits ever scream enough, or just dissolve into mist from stoicism? Squint through the downpour, spotting a lantern swinging wildly across the courtyard. Its light wavers, throwing drunken shadows over puddled flagstones. Either someone's fetching midnight tea, or a specter forgot its anti-ghost app. The tempest peaks, drops hammering tiles like frenzied drum solos. Every raindrop's impact shatters into tinier droplets fleeing the violence. Scientists call it crown splash. Monks probably considered it earthly suffering made visible. You find it hypnotic, despite the wet sock situation worsening. Gusts billow curtains of rain, lashing the Hermitage's north wall. That eternal draft you felt yesterday has escalated to full force gale. Close your eyes, taste iron in the air, smell wet stone's mineral sigh. Rust flaking off nails, soil exhaling centuries of dust, surrendering to the deluge. Dawn struggles through cloud wool, casting pewter light over drowned gardens. Rain dwindles, reduced to intermittent taps trembling on sagging gutters. Pull your cloak tighter, fabric chafing like wet cardboard, too exhausted to care, hypnotized by water's lazy descent from eaves. Each droplet hangs, swollen with gravity's patience, before plunging. Count them to 99, then lose track when a stray gust shakes the roof. A cascade empties from a broken tile, hitting stones 3 feet below. Splash patterns spread like translucent jellyfish, then fade into nothingness. The storm retreats, dragging its gray skirts over eastern peaks. Sunlight gilds rooftops, steam rising like phantom silk from warm tiles. Your shadow stretches, blue-tinged and watery at the edges. Walk toward the meditation hall, squelching with every step. Night rain's legacy soaks your hem, an icy bracelet around each ankle. Behind you, the roof drips its epilogue, slower, slower, measuring time between drop and stone. Water beads on a spider web, each jewel trembling before the mountain reclaims its silence. Moisture seeps upward from the courtyard stones, cool breath brushing your ankles. Above, moonlight carves through ragged silk lanterns, projecting moth-wing lace onto cracked tiles. These hung here long before Genghis Khan's empire swallowed kingdoms, whole their makers dead in some forgotten plague. You step into the lunar kaleidoscope, letting perforated shadows freckle your skin. The nearest lantern sways, gnawed holes aligning like constellations. Its bamboo frame groans, weary from balancing rotten silk scraps. Tangut nobles once commissioned hundreds like these to celebrate imperial births according to court scribes. Peasants probably cursed the extravagance, drinking bitter chrysanthemum wine by cheaper candlelight. Rot exudes from decaying silk, sweet sour as forgotten peaches. One moth-eaten patch resembles Europe's coastline if Europe were nibbled by celestial mice. Reach up, let a tattered scrap flutter against your palm. Some whisper moths avoid blessed cloth, but these clearly dined like kings. Moonlight sharpens every detail, the frayed hem unraveling strand by golden strand. Hide beetles crawl in the ribs, polishing bamboo smooth with patient steps. Their jaws click like miniature monks debating in beetle Sanskrit. 13 separate holes allow light through, each gnawmark more ragged than the last. Crouch to inspect the pattern beneath your feet, lunar projections staining your soles. Destruction rewrites beauty in shadow script. A historian's nightmare, hundreds of obscured lotus motifs devoured into meaningless lace, who decided moths were vandals and not merely hungry artists. Wind hisses through the lantern's wounds, creating a reedy whistle in F-sharp. 20 years of monsoons have loosened the silk's once vibrant saffron dye. Touch the spectral lotus blooming at your feet, its petals full of holes like saintly stigmata. Historians still argue whether prayer lanterns influenced silk road textile patterns or vice versa. Doesn't matter now, just ghosts of decisions coated in centuries of dust. A military ledger from Cheng mentions silk requisitions for lanterns, specifying imperial caterpillar quality. Only wonder if those worms got extra mulberry perks. 10 paces away, another lantern droops, so perforated it resembles lace lingerie. The aristocracy's grand display reduced to nature's punchline. Approach gently, lest the whole skeletal thing collapses. Moths flutter from a teardrop-shaped hole, dusting your sleeve with wing scales. Their powdery residue smells of almonds and decay. Notice the iron hook suspending the lantern, rusted to flaky orange blooms. Maintenance wasn't the Tangut's strong suit. Fixing roofs trumps aesthetics when empires crumble. Lean closer, reading shadows like traumatic inkblot tests. One whole pattern resembles a screaming face, another a dancing bear missing its head. Moon shifts, dragging the lacework westward across stone. Follow the creeping design, your feet tracing mandalas known only to insects. The lantern's shadow fingers stretch longer, growing skeletal as night deepens. Some claim diseased silk glows faintly, but that's just foxfire fungus spinning lies on thread. Breeze quickens, lanterns spinning like drunken disco balls for solitary ghosts. Their dance scatters fractured light hundreds of wobbly moons trembling on wet tiles. Stand still, let perforated luminescence dapple your eyelids. Each hole edits moonlight, pruning its radiance into manageable fragments. A silk ribbon finally snaps, fluttering down like exhausted lace. Catch the scrap midair, its edges scalloped by resilient jaws. Hold it to moonlight, translucent as dragonfly wings once stretched over imperial pride. Pocket this shredded relic while spiderlings rebuild webs in the gaps overhead. Moving past, your shoulder clips a swaying lantern. It creaks, twirling slow as a dying ballerina. Fragrant dust rains down, smelling of camphor and tired dignity. Through the spinning holes, the moon winks, mockingly patient, waiting to finish devouring every shred. Your boots crunch over gravel each step, scattering pebbles into a ravine's throat. Moonlight reveals it now, a hidden cove cupped in granite hands. Rainwater pools beneath the cliff, reflecting stars like drowned sequins. And there, rooted in a fist-sized depression, a solitary peony glows crimson. Its petals curl tight, as if clutching secrets against mountain winds. You kneel, knee grinding into scree surrendered by ancient glaciers. This bloom defies elevation, 8,000 feet above sea-loving kin. 17th century Qing scrolls praise peonies as kings without thrones, their beauty disarming emperors. Yet this one wears no crown, just rock dust on blood-red silk. Lean closer, its scent ambushes you, half honeycomb, half iron blade, a fragrance fermented between stone walls for decades. Color bleeds from velvety layers, each petal's edge bronzed by relentless sun. Touch one cool as antique porcelain, yet vibrating with savage life. A pebble skitters into the abyss, its clatter echoing indefinitely. You freeze, half expecting protective spirits to demand retreat. Historians still argue whether Tangut monks cultivated medicinal peonies or just stole wild ones. Their ledgers mention mountain blood flowers for treating battlefield wounds. Did warriors carry dried petals into doomed battles against Genghis Khan's arrows? Wind funnels through the cove, whistling across the bloom's stamen. Pollen swirls golden smoke against indigo night. Our rebel flower sways drunkenly, its stem thinner than your littlest finger. Somehow it survives blizzards, monsoon floods, hailstone grenades. Victorian explorers would have scalped this valley for such a specimen. One nut job even tried, ensuring rare blooms against acts of God or hungry goats. Notice the roots, pale threads crisscrossing granite like nerve endings. They sip from minute cracks, licking dew before dawn steals it. No soil cushions them, just mineral marriage with unforgiving rock. Bend until your breath stirs the petals. Your eyelashes nearly brush their fevered red. Rain suddenly pelts the cove, peony bowing under watery assault. Drops ricochet off petals, exploding into diamond mist. Laughter bubbles in your throat, this absurd velvet warrior fighting gravity's pull. Here's a joke. Florists weep over pampered greenhouse darlings, while this savage blooms laughing. Protect the blossom with your palm, a human roof against the downpour. Water streams down your wrist, soaking your sleeve's ragged hem. The peony trembles, weighted by jewels it never requested. One petal tears loose, spinning into darkness like a murdered butterfly. Lightning forks, freezing the scene in liquid silver. In that flash, count 5 buds huddled near the main bloom. New soldiers waiting to unfurl. Historians still argue whether mountain peonies bloom biannually or just when they damn please. You hope they'll bloom next week, just to spite some dusty academic. Thunder shakes the granite bowl, your teeth humming with the vibration. The peony's leaves flatten, a botanical cower before celestial fury. Yet, when thunder dies, it straightens, petals shaking off fear like a wet dog. Rain stops sudden as a slit throat. Moon resurfaces, casting the flower's shadow far below. That elongated stain looks like a dagger plunged into earth. Or maybe just nature's middle finger to lifeless stone. Pluck a fallen petal, its edge ragged from elemental abuse. Taste its bitterness, iron tang blooming on your tongue. Tibetan apothecaries once traded peony petals ounce for ounce with Himalayan salt. Fools still swallow pills, hoping to steal this plant's stubborn vitality. 3 pilgrim pebbles stack beside the bloom, a miniature shrine. Some hopeful soul left tribute, maybe yesterday, maybe 60 winters past. Place your own stone atop the wobbling tower, wishing nothing specific. General persistence seems tribute enough here. Wind shifts, punching warmth into the cove briefly. The peony's perfume spikes, a floral war cry before cold resumes. Inhale deeply, brain flooded with something older than floral catalogs. This scent predates gardens, temple offerings, even human noses to smell it. Your numb fingers hover torn between picking it and preserving it, but conquest seems vulgar here, where survival is art enough. Besides, how long would it last in your pocket, crushed beside linty coins? Dawn creeps, erasing stars one by inverted one. The blossom's red deepens to clotting blood, as if morning offends it. You rise, joints cracking louder than the shifting rocks below. Walk backward, keeping eyes locked on that tiny rebellion. Watched too long, it might vanish, proving itself a desert mirage. But no, it still glows crimson defiance in a stone-gray palm. One last glance, the bloom already bowing into daylight's weight. Survival's never pretty, but my God, the colors. Your boots slip on dew-slick steps, each misstep echoing down the valley. That hermitage clings behind you, shrinking into cliff faces like a fading dream. Then, a single bronze note shivers the air. You halt, glove gripping a frost-crusted railing. The bell's voice wobbles, not wood-struck, but humming from within its own metal ribs. Listen between strikes. Is that resonance? Or something exhaling? Legends claim the bellcaster monk, Zhi Tong, refused to leave his masterpiece during the final pour. 8th century craftsmen sometimes chanted sutras into molten bronze, believing prayers fused with alloy. Fringe scrolls allege Zhi Tong climbed into his own mold, volunteering his flesh for the casting. Historians still argue whether laborers actually sang to molten metal or just bellowed work songs to time their pour. A gust punches the bell vibrations, thrumming through your molars this time. If you believe the tale, each strike releases part of Zhi Tong's held breath. Insane, obviously, though your spine tingles timing each reverberation. That decay takes 7, 8, 9 breathless seconds. Modern bells last maybe 3. Squint at the valley, below morning mist veiling, where the bell supposedly hunts. Locals swear you can find bronze scraps downstream, lumps shaped like screaming lips. One wildcat hermit claims he owns an ingot with fingertip indentations. His ranch fence posts capped with bell metal. Your own breath fogs, syncing with the distant toll. 7th century Tang dynasty foundries perfected the lost wax process, casting giant bells elephants couldn't topple. Yet even emperors fretted over heavenly approval of their bells. Court scribes logged favorable omens, cranes circling rainy castings, or envoys sneezing at auspicious moments. Step closer to the edge, pebbles skittering toward unseen river rapids. Imagine Zhi Tong's crew stumbling back, seeing smoke rising from a white-hot crucible, and one sandal left behind. Did they flee or add extra charcoal to reach ritual purity? Another strike, this one softer, damped by snowfall creeping downslope. Legend says Zhi Tong begged 12 years for funding before his monastery relented. His first 30 casts cracked, each failure buried in bell graves north of Kunming. That's fact. Modern archaeologists found 3, their pits stuffed with charcoal and sheep knuckles. Snowflakes land on your eyelashes, melting into your blink. Another sound weaves beneath the bronze, a faint hiss like steam escaping. Could be wind slicing over frozen pine needles. Could be a ghost inhaling after 8 centuries. Frozen mud sucks at your boots as you pivot downhill. Smartphones record modern songbells, slow-mo revealing vibrations in the shape of lotus petals. No such elegance here. This wilderness note howls, a primal pulse dragging your stomach sideways. One tea-stall keeper in Lanzhou told you old monks swear the bell sands down mountains millimeters per century. Morning sun finally breaches ridgelines, tracing gold wire along the valley's throat. The strike fades, the final hum dying as you count 17 heartbeats. Historians still argue whether failed temple bells were ceremonially drowned or melted into spearheads. A bone-deep chill reminds you that descent takes hours. Turn back, the Hermitage, now a scarab-sized speck against granite. That last lingering hum wraps around you, a bronze ribbon loose in the wind. It prickles neck hairs, whispers warmth behind your ears, before dissolving into daylight's indifferent glare. Mountains swallow their own sounds as they swallow trails, fox tracks, monks' transient prayers, yet your grip tightens on the railing, knuckles whitening under torn gloves. Some resonance, real or imagined, buzzes in your jaw hinge. A phantom vibration ringing teeth into tuning forks long after silence wins. Leather soles squeak against ice as you descend. Let the echo chamber of your ribs hold what the valley won't. The draft finds you first, a cold tongue licking up your collar as you clamber over scree. That north-facing window cuts into the mountain's flank, a jagged mouth exhaling December air. Pull your cloak tighter, the wool doing little against this precision chill. Northern Hermitage windows always lacked shutters. Tang dynasty monks believed drafts carried purifying spirits. You recall Xian temple excavations, revealed straw stuffed between wall slabs, crude insulation against the virtuous winds. Historians still argue whether these gaps were devotional choices or just shoddy 6th century masonry. Lean into the stone sill, its edge worn smooth by centuries of elbows. Air streams past like an invisible river current, flattening your eyelashes against blinking lids. 17th century ascetics called this heaven's bronchial breath, insisting mountains inhaled seasons through such portals. Fringe geomancers still map dragon-lung drafts across sacred peaks, charging pilgrims extra to stand in chi vortexes, your fingers numb within seconds, clinging to icy rock for balance. Those old monks probably developed killer shoulder muscles, leaning here daily to meditate. Must have been fun during blizzards, frozen snotsicles dangling from nostrils while seeking enlightenment. Notice how the draft never stutters, no matter which way wind batters the valley outside. Feels mechanical, like a bellows pump, hidden deep in bedrock. Legends claim Emperor Taizong ordered tunnels dug beneath holy sites to amplify auspicious terrestrial breath. No evidence, of course, just cracked scrolls describing singing caves under Wudai Shan. Shove your sleeve into the airflow, fabric whipping like startled wings. Someone carved a groove here, centuries of robe fabric scraping the same stone inch. Touch the polished dip, its curve mirroring a monk's habitual slump against the wall. You half expect to find thread fibers fossilized in the granite. Watch your breath vanish into the draft, plumes shredded instantly by the relentless current. 8th century hygiene manuals praised such airflow for dispersing corpse vapors, believing stagnant, air-bred disease ghosts. A stretch, considering they also prescribed crushed jade dust for gout. Duck away warming fingertips under armpits until feeling prickles back. The cold here demands ritual, scarves adjusted, hoods cinched, postures hunched like question marks. No wonder old paintings show hermits scowling, perpetually mid-sneeze, from this glorified wind tunnel. Step left, blocking the draft with your body. Muffled silence floods your ears as if someone unstoppered them. Weird how absence has weight, the sudden vacuum where icy persistence once lived. Your ears pop, adjusting to stillness, thick as porridge. Sunset bleeds across the sill, painting gold rectangles that shudder when clouds pass. You count 3 heartbeats before realizing the chill crept back around your ankles. This draft is siege warfare, finding chinks in your wool armor. Dig out your last tea cake, warming it against your sternum before nibbling. Tastes like dust and pine resin, bitterness softened by the knowledge that 7th century hermits choked worse down. Their diaries mention brews made from roasted lichen and cryptic complaints about bean-curd belly. Evening thickens, stars pricking through the window's frame like nails hammered into velvet. The draft gentles after dark, as if the mountain exhales slower while sleeping. Your candle gutters, wick leaning away from the invisible current. Protection detail for a tiny flame, how monastic. Historic weather logs recovered from Dunhuang caves show winter drafts, halved by midnight, supporting the breathing mountain theory. Though pine pollen records also suggest deforestation, changed wind patterns by the Ming dynasty, cause, effect, or cosmic coincidence. The debate froths on academic message boards. Kneel on the worn meditation mat, its woven reeds pressing diamond patterns into your shins. Might as well attempt serenity, since escape means battling scree slopes in darkness. Focus on the draft's subtleties now. It shifts from knife-edge slice to whispered caress. Does the chill seep deeper when you relax jaw muscles? Feels intentional, like the mountain, tailoring its touch to your tension levels. You snort. Imagine some long-dead abbot laughing at city-soft visitors, squirming in his favorite awareness amplifier. Moonrise silver stripes the sill, casting your huddled shadow onto the corridor wall. 12 generations of monks watched this same glow glide across stone, counting breaths between gusts. Their ghosts would pity your thermal socks. Merino will blend versus their hemp rags stuffed with goose down. An hour passes, toes now numb despite triple socks. When it hits you, this draft carries no scent, no pine, no mud, no distant hearth smoke. Pure filtered cold, as if the mountain breathes through limestone lungs. The realization puckers your scalp. No, that's just frost forming on hair. Pull your hood up, cinch cords, until only nose and mouth protrude. The draft finds them anyway, licking condensation from your upper lip. Salt theft, that's what 9th century nomads called stealing sweat from enemies. Pervert the practice, claim their vigor through frozen droplets. Dawn bleeds gray through the window, tinting the draft from invisible to milky vapor. Your knees creak upright stiff as the Hermitage's warped floorboards. Step back, letting sunrise pour into the corridor unimpeded. Listen, beneath your pulse, beneath the moaning wind, a hollow resonance thrums. The mountain's ribcage vibrating, or buried river groaning under ice. No matter, the answer won't warm your hands. Turn toward the tea hall, leaving the eternal draft to pace its stone cage. The starlight hits first, your shadow stretching gaunt across reed-woven patterns as you kneel. This mat remembers spines, centuries of them pressing prayers into its fibers. Lie back slow. Let shoulder blades settle where ascetics once ground enlightenment into their bones. Woven from river reeds and mountain hemp, these mats were mass-produced in Tangut temples for novice monks. Archaeologists found nearly identical ones preserved in Mongol Cave 17, folded beside meditation manuals. Touch the diamond stitching. This pattern matched astrological charts used by Yuan dynasty star watchers. Historians still argue whether those designs aided focus or just covered up sloppy weaving. Your nape prickles not from cold, but constellations imprinting through thin cloth. Draco's tail digs between your vertebrae, Cassiopeia's chair jabs a hip bone. 8th century hermits called this sky needling, believing stars pressed acupoints to release wisdom. Modern replicas sell online for $98, with optional quartz crystal amplifiers. Above, the Milky Way smears like chalk across an endless blackboard. No light pollution here, just raw star rot spilling across the void. Makes you realize how indoor humanity became. 7th century Chinese astronomers logged supernovae brighter than Venus, visible even through daytime haze. We struggle seeing Orion through subway glare. palms flatten against the mat, rough fibers, snagging calluses, earned elsewhere. Imagine generations of knees, wearing grooves here, sweat soaking into reeds, until salt crusted white. Zen masters wrote of mats feeling alive, with past focus, a collective hum beneath seated forms. You mostly feel pebbles shift sideways, galaxy twisting with you, as the mat squeaks in protest. Those old monks probably didn't fidget, their discipline forged by icy mornings and strict bells. Or maybe they shifted constantly, scratching bug bites hidden under robes. No one carves that into meditation manuals. A meteor scratches the sky, vanishing before you can wish on it. 9th century stargazers called these sky ink strokes, believing celestial scribes wrote directives for emperors. Imagine decoding state policy from random streaks. The heavens decree: tax turnips less heavily next harvest. Close your eyes. The mat's pressure points glowing hotter as vision fades. Now the constellations migrate inward, projected onto your eyelid's cinema screen. Vega pulses blue-white between your temples. Polaris burns, steady at the crown. Some neurology thesis claims this effect shaped early astrology, brain patterns mirroring star maps. Breathe, inhaling frost-laced air that smells of nothing but distance. Matte dust stirs fragments of 1,000 shed skin cells from past sitters. You're basically rolling in someone else's crumbled epidermis. Enlightenment through shared dander, not the brochure description. Wind sneaks through gaps in the Hermitage walls, rippling under the mat like invisible fingers. Parchment records tell of Tangut monks weighting mat corners with river stones, 70 pounds per corner, to stop nighttime billowing. If ghosts exist, they're probably still annoyed by airborne bedding. Roll onto your stomach, cheek pressed against woven strands. This close, you see how starlight bleaches some reeds silvery, others staying stubbornly dun. Fringe theorists claim monks soaked mats in comet-aware solutions, capturing celestial energy in plant fibers. More likely, centuries of butt sweat creating unique patinas. Grooves in the floor frame the mat perfectly, a shallow rectangle worn by daily unrolling. Morning sutras dictated storage, no frayed edges exposed to contaminating daylight. Ironically, mice chewed stored mats worse than sun ever could. Satellites crawl across the sky, man-made mites, interrupting ancient star plays. 10th century astrologers would have freaked seeing these, swearing heaven's machinery was breaking down. Imagine trying to explain SpaceX without sounding deranged. The mat hums beneath you, or is that blood rushing in ears deprived of daylight drone? Certain frequencies emerge in silence, vibrations mistaken for cosmic resonance. Then again, quartz in mountain granite does pulse under pressure. Whole debate exists. Is the hum geological, psychological, or just bad tinnitus from draft exposure? When you sit up, indentations linger on your palms. Read track tattoos, fading slow. 6th century meditation guides warned against overattachment to earthly textures, suggesting pupils switch mats weekly to avoid comfort. Sounds like a monkish prank to steal better mats while others slept. A bat zips overhead, leather wings slicing stars into disarray. Its shadow flickers on the mat, a fleeting ink blot over woven stars. Poets once mused about such interruptions, where sky mice stitch the fabric between worlds. Less romantic when guano plops near your knee. Stand too fast, black spots swarming as blood deserts your brain. Stumble heel catching the mat's edge so it curls like a dried leaf. For a breath, you're the first person ever to launch a meditation mat halfway across a Hermitage courtyard. Retrieve it, brushing off gravel and dignity alike. The pattern survives, Draco's tail, now grayed by stone dust. Old mats were burned annually, ash scattered to bless monastery fields. Yours just endures, silently judging your failure to levitate. Moonlight bleaches color from the reeds, transforming the mat into a monochrome galaxy. Touch a worn patch, threads frayed by who knows, whose restless knee bounces. 60 generations of fidgeters, their nervous energy woven into the fibers. At least you're in good company. Dew soaks through your pants now, chilly reminder that transcendence requires padding. Tang dynasty meditators used leopard pelts before emperors banned hunting holy peak wildlife. Imagine enlightenment delayed by frozen buttocks. When you finally retreat inside, the mat stays behind, its star charts drinking moonlight, unsupervised. Perhaps it remembers your spine's shape, adds it to the archive pressed beneath Orion's belt. Or maybe it's just woven reeds, silent and indifferent. You step out, morning frost, biting the tender bridge of your nose, your breath pluming like a tiny ghost escaping. Above the doorframe, an impossible dagger of ice hangs, tapered sharper than any blade smithed below these peaks. Every dawn adds another frozen millimeter. Nights exhale freezing midair into this crystalline guillotine. Ducking becomes instinctual, even though logic says it'll hold, until spring melts its resolve. 64 icicles like this shattered last winter, piercing the courtyard tiles like glacial spears. They say Genghis Khan's engineers used similar ice weapons, packing winter into siege engines against walled cities. Historians still argue whether frozen projectiles were practical or just poetic chronicler embellishment. Judging by this one's weight, it could crack your skull like a walnut. Sunlight arrows through neighboring pines, striking the icicle's base. A single droplet forms, hanging fat and hesitant before plunging. You mark where it lands, counting seconds between the next plunge. Old Tangut monks timed ice melt like this, predicting spring's arrival within a 3-day window. New Age blogs swear morning melt rhythms sync with your chakras. Lean closer, study the striations inside the ice. Layers bend light like warped cathedral glass, trapping air bubbles from different cold snaps. One bubble holds a pine needle suspended midair, like an insect in amber. Fringe climate archives claim you can chart ancient winters by analyzing such frozen snapshots. More likely, it's just last Tuesday's wind debris. A sparrow lands on the icicle's tip, pecking at something invisible. The whole structure groans, a deep-throated creak that sends the bird fleeing skyward. Visitors swore blind the ice groaned when anyone dishonest passed beneath. Hermitage ledgers noted 17 confessed thieves, startled by glacial reprimand. You resist poking it, childhood instincts battling adult self-preservation. Nobody wants to explain death by falling icicle on the autopsy report. Viking sagas describe chieftains slain by thrown ice shards, their killers celebrating the melting evidence, murder weapons that vanish by noon, convenient. The droplet rhythm quickens, 36 drips per minute now, marking time, until this frozen threat becomes a puddle. Medieval apothecaries prized early meltwater, believing it held winter's last medicinal strength, sold for 6 coppers per vial, cheaper than dragon bone powder. Wind shivers the icicle, making it sway like a hypnotist's pendulum. Shadow stretches across the threshold, a sundial only accurate between 9 and 11 a.m. Step into its shade, feel the temperature plummet 10 degrees instantly. Footprints near the door show where previous visitors jumped clear, gaping holes in the snow like startled exclamation points. Reminds you of that frozen inkstone in Hall 9. Black strokes devoured by rime frost, both monuments to impermanence, one scholarly, one stabby. A chunk cracks off, smashing onto the stone step in a burst of shrapnel. Ice shards skitter toward your boots, glistening like misplaced diamonds. Monks used to collect these fragments, storing them in summer cellars to cool tea. Before modern fridges, northern monasteries had better ice stocks than emperors. Sun climbs higher, stripping blue tones from the icicle until it gleams colorless. You half expect it to chime, joining the wind bells in courtyard 4 while it lasts. 10th century poets compared melting ice to the earth drinking celestial tears. Realistic, but maybe ease up on the plum wine before composing. Touch the stone beneath the drip zone. Smooth as polished jade, etched by decades of patient water. Tap it, hollow echoes answering deeper than the frozen well's groan. Winter reshapes everything here, given enough centuries. Crouch watching droplets hit your boot toe, each impact reverberating through the leather. 8 drips to fully soak the stitches. People forget water's patience, ice even more so. Those monks timed their tea ceremonies by melt rates, honed nerves steady as winters crawl. The icicle's shadow shrinks, retreating up the doorframe like a dagger being sheathed. By noon, this frozen weapon will be reduced to a glistening stalagmite. Nostalgia for something not yet gone prickles your throat, which is absurd. It's a glorified ice cube. A drip lands square on your collar, sliding down your spine like an unwelcome finger. Violent shivers follow enough to dislodge sense, if not dignity. Hermit lore insists such shocks woke the third eye, but mostly they just wake your sweat glands. When you step back, the icicle seems smaller, its threat dwindling by the minute. Like all cold things, it can't endure steady light. Remember the fox tracks circling that silent bell. Predators recognize precarious beauty too. Glance upward, sun nearing its zenith. Icicles weep fastest when watched, or so paranoid kings believed when fortress defenses melted mid-siege. Modern physics blame albedo effects, less poetic, but truer. By tomorrow, this dagger will be a memory, a wet patch on stone. Next snowfall, maybe a new one forms, same sharpness, same lethal elegance, cyclical like those frayed prayer flags surrendering die to the sky. As you turn away, a final droplet catches sunlight, flashing opal fire before shattering on the step. Somewhere, a monk's ghost nods approval, or maybe it's just wind whistling through a crack in the hermitage wall. Your boot heel strikes a flagstone near the icy threshold. A hollow boom answers deeper than physics allow. Pause, press your ear to the frost-rimed granite. From below comes a resonance, like cathedral pipes humming through bedrock. Most Tangut temples buried bronze vases under floors to amplify chants into supernatural vibrations. This mountain seems to do it naturally, with only emptiness and rock. Kneel, knuckle rap 3 quick strikes against the stone. Triple echoes rebound, first sharp, then muffled, then a watery glug. Follow the sound across adjacent slabs. Each tile sings a different tone. Crouch by a central stone, its pitch low and thrumming. Historians still debate whether these sonic chambers stored prayers or trapped unwanted spirits. Your chilled fingers scrape away rhyme, exposing a hairline crack along one edge. Wedge a coin between, pry upward. The slab lifts, revealing blackness older than daylight. Cold vapor snakes out, carrying mineral damp and something muskier, forgotten air never tasted by lungs. Hermitage records mention sound crypts where novices meditated blindfolded until echoes birthed visions. Peer inside, your breath billows white into the void. Drop a pebble, its clatter escalates into metallic ricochets. The stone sings back higher each bounce until silence gulps it whole. Count 83 heartbeats, no finale. Did it find a bottom or just get swallowed? Pull back, suddenly aware how your bones vibrate like the bronze at Section 18's giant bell. Modern acousticians mapped similar chambers in Cappadocian caves, human-made galleries mimicking bat colonies, nature plagiarizing itself across continents and centuries. Toss in a pine cone instead, skittering impacts sketch an invisible staircase spiraling down. One theory claims subterranean wind shapes these echoes, channeling through limestone arteries. Another insists it's the mountain's fossilized pulse, trapped when peaks first clawed skyward. Lean closer, shout hello against your better judgment. Your voice boomerangs back, distorted into guttural barks, then whispers disguised as wind. 10th century monks whispered confessions here, believing echoes absolved sins by scattering words to nothingness. Convenient when you needed plausible deniability with the abbot. Dangle your hand inside. The cold bites worse than the surface air. Drafts slither up your sleeve, moving against expected airflow. Fringe researchers claim inverse thermals exist in sacred sites, proof of geomantic vitality. More likely, it's just bilevel atmospheric pressure. Flashlight beam reveals walls glinting wet, not with water, but some glassy mineral sheen. Veins of crystal web the shaft, conducting light downward into impossible geometries. Medieval alchemists prized echo cave crystals for scrying mirrors, though most were just quartz with identity crises. A sudden gust surges upward, snatching your scarf into the abyss. Listen to fabric flutter against walls, a drunk moth's death rattle growing distant. Silk was currency here once, worth more than silver per ounce. Hope the mountain enjoys its new midnight blue accessory. Footsteps on nearby flagstones startle you, then realize it's delayed echoes of your own approach. Spooky, like your past, self-haunting present actions. Some new age retreat sells echo chamber therapy for temporal reintegration, $80 an hour. Steal their customers by lying here free with smarter hallucinations. Close the stone, muffling the underworld's breath. Touch the slab, still humming faintly like a stove seconds after flame dies. 5 centuries ago, someone last opened this portal. Their fingers oiled this same edge, leaving molecular ghosts your skin now meets. Near the Hermitage gate, you kick another innocuous stone. Double knock, it answers with a flat thud. Only select tiles sing like a xylophone scattered by a petulant giant. Map them mentally, they form no discernible pattern. Monks memorized safe paths to avoid waking the mountain's dreams. Crouch by a singing slab, its vibration seeping into your knees. 7 monks once chanted here continuously to sustain the chamber's resonance. Their names faded from records, swallowed by the silence they fought. Distance warps the creak of pines overhead, layering sound into watery echoes. Close your eyes. Suddenly you're underwater, listening to shipwrecks groan. Synesthesia pamphlets claim echo chambers trigger sensory bleed, but maybe you're just sleep deprived. Press your cheek to the coldest tile, its hum sinks with your molars ache. Alpine caves preserve sound waves for millennia, trapped in mineral lattices. Fringe archives propose playing Edison cylinders in such spaces to recharge their acoustic memory. Imagine this mountain whispering war chants or forgotten lullabies. When you rise, the flagstones feel less solid, more like drums stretched over chasms. Monk tales warn novices who stayed too long started hearing echoes even in silent rooms. The cure, 3 days of screaming into waterfalls to reset the eardrums. Modern ENT doctors would weep. At the courtyard edge, you knock one last tile. no echo, just honest granite stubbornness. Relief floods you, the same reassurance as touching a tree after ghost stories. Not everything here breathes or remembers. Snow begins falling, flakes landing soundless on the singing slabs. Each muffles the chamber's resonance, blanketing old voices under fresh stillness. Walk away, but feel the mountain's heartbeat thrum through your boot soles. Always there when you know how to listen. Snow muffles all footsteps now, your approach silent, even to yourself. The ink garden lies ahead, 8 stone rings sunk into frozen earth like empty soup bowls. Only one holds life, a crooked pine, blackened by centuries of harsh altitude. Wind whistles through its needles, playing a tune older than Genghis Khan's siege engines. Tangut monks cultivated these mini landscapes as meditation aids, tiny worlds to contemplate vastness. The practice migrated west along Silk Road routes, changing names, but not purpose. You crouch before the last survivor, its trunk no thicker than your thigh. Frost clings to one side, a lopsided fur coat against mountain bitterness. Touch the bark, it flakes away like charred parchment. Monks once mixed this charcoal with bear bile for ink said to grant writing's permanence. Got 10 pages of poetry somewhere, still legible after 8 centuries. The other plots gape empty, filled with nothing but fractured stones and ice teeth. 5 bare tool marks on their rims, deliberate destruction. Invaders likely hacked out the other pines, fuel for campfires during some long-forgotten winter siege. Wasteful, those trees could have written manifestos while burning. This pine escaped by growing sideways, its trunk a corkscrew, defying vertical logic. Exposed roots grip rock like arthritic fingers, weaving through cracks too narrow for axes. Historians still argue whether Tangut gardens symbolized paradise or served as arborist training grounds. Either way, this tree majored in survival. Peer closer. Sap oozes from a lightning scar, thick as honey and glittering with frozen bubbles. Some monk's journal claimed aged pine resin revealed future paths when smeared on temple mirrors, probably just hallucinations from huffing turpentine fumes in sealed rooms. Snow collects in the empty plots, smoothing their edges into gentle basins. Imagine them centuries ago, each cradling a miniature forest, one juniper trained sideways over volcanic rock, another maple turning autumn crimson in a space smaller than your torso. Bonsai masters would weep at such losses. A thrush lands on the pine's lowest branch, shaking loose a snowfall from its needles. The bird tilts its head, black eyes judging the garden's bleakness. It defecates neatly on the central stone circle, adding speckled white to existing frost. Knead the soil near the tree. It's more grit than earth. Tiny white threads snake through. Fungus feeding on dead roots from long-gone companions. Decompositions, mortar holding this garden together after its purpose died. Lean into the pine's windward side, sheltering from a sudden icy gust. Its scent floods your sinuses, pitch sharpness layered over wood smoke ghosts. 800 years of blizzards baked into resin-infused heartwood. One exposed root looks like a dragon's claw, digging into scree with desperate strength. Follow it down, where it disappears under a boulder twice your weight. Botanists might call it malformed, but you've seen yoga practitioners less flexible. Wrap your palm around the trunk, feel its slow pulse beneath layers of ridged bark. Some tree species share nutrients through interconnected roots, communities sustaining the weak. Not this hermit, this stubborn old man of the mountain. It thrived because every competitor got turned into kindling. Sunlight cracks through clouds, setting frost ablaze on the pine's branches. For 67 seconds, the tree shimmers like glass sculpture, then shadows reclaim it, a reminder that all beauty here is borrowed. Pluck a needle, roll it between thumb and forefinger until warmth releases its oils. Taste the bitter green helix on your tongue, time capsules bursting with alpine struggle. Local legends claimed Tangut warriors chewed these needles to endure 3-day marches without water. The thrush flies off, its wing beats like pages flipping in an empty library. Wind combs through the pine once more, a sound like distant rainfall on tile roofs. 8 stone circles listen, holding their silence tighter than any living thing. Wind carries you to the Hermitage's western eaves, where a tangle of twigs clings beneath rotting rafters. The nest sits like an empty chalice, waiting for a toast that never comes. You stretch upward, fingertips brushing brittle strands woven centuries ago. Tangut builders designed deep eaves, their sloping angles deflecting avalanches. Cold slips through your collar as you study the nest's architecture. Twigs interlace with horsehair plundered from caravan trails, plus strands of monk's robe hemp. No eggshell fragments remain, no downy feathers hinting at past occupants, just gaps where fledglings once chirped, their absence louder than any bell. A desiccated berry rests in the cup's center, shrunken to a purple raisin. Some mother bird carried this mountain offering before realizing her brood had flown. Lean against the sun-warmed wall, squinting at the nest's shadow on cracked tiles below. It mimics a sparrow mid-flight, frozen in silhouette since the last thaw. Scholars found similar nests in Dunhuang caves, lined with scraps of Buddhist sutras. Were monks recycling scripture, or did birds steal parchment for insulation? Historical debate remains twitchier than a wagtail's tail. Your breath disturbs a moth sleeping inside the nest's hollow. It flickers away, a torn scrap of night escaping daylight. Pluck one twig, its snapped end sharp as a diplomat's retort. This perch hosted generations of hatchlings until some storm or predator emptied it. Wind whistles through the weave, playing the nest like a reed flute. Notes scatter, unfinished melodies for chicks who'll never learn the tune. Kneel on frost-bleached boards, peering up at the structure's ingenuity. No nails or mud, just tension and friction holding chaos together. An ant crawls along the rim, scouting this abandoned fortress. It waves antennae, signaling reinforcements that never march. Imagine the last family, here parents shuttling insects to gaping beaks. Then one morning, silence. Wings carrying the young toward distant valleys. You've seen modern birds reject human-rebuilt nests, sniffing out imposter twigs with brutal accuracy. This one smells only of dust and loneliness aged like vintage wine. Moonlight filters through gaps, casting coin-sized dots on your palm. Cup them like lost alms given by some featherless saint. A few strands of blue thread hide in the weave, faded to ghost gray, could have been from prayer flags, or a traveler's torn sash centuries back. Press your ear against the nest, the way you'd listen to a seashell. Hear only whispers of past winds, stored like forgotten recordings. Historians still argue whether Tangut Hermitage eaves mimicked temple designs or mountain swallow tail feathers. Your neck aches from staring at this relic suspended between earth and sky. No eggs, no birds, just the mountains exhale through brittle bones. Step back, watch how shadows reshape the nest with each cloud's passage. In an hour, it'll look entirely different. Gone entirely by moonrise. Downy woodpeckers drum nearby, oblivious to this hollow monument before them. Their rhythm says what all mountains know: empty nests matter most when newly vacated. Ash swirls rise from the fire pit, phantom dancers in moonlit updrafts. Their gray spirals twist before dissolving into night's hungry mouth. You crouch, palms hovering above stones, blackened by generations of flame. Heat fled centuries ago, leaving only memory's faint sting. Drag a fingertip through ash, powder finer than a calligrapher's finest ink. It coats your skin, the mountain's accumulated exhalations, since Tangut hermits first settled here. Northern nomads taught them to build fire pits with stone, not brick. Circular designs mimic moon phases, or wagon wheels, depending which scholar you ask. A gust kicks up, blowing ash motes into your eyelashes. Blink fast, suddenly wearing mascara, fit for a Jin dynasty opera ghost. Search the perimeter, kneeling where fire tenders once fed precious logs. Sub-zero winters here demanded 24 fires, just to keep ink from freezing. Centuries of smoke have fossilized into the stones, their scent like charred honey. Smell it harder. Detect Tibetan pine resin mingled with extinct cedar species. Tap one coal-black rock. It clinks dull as a broken bell. Hermits quarried these from veins 5 valleys east, each stone hauled on bleeding backs. The hearth's emptiness feels deliberate, like a missing tooth in history's smile. Cold radiates upward, seeping into your shins with patient cruelty. Fan the ashes again, watch them rise like miniature storm clouds. There, a half-burnt twig from a pear tree, cultivated extinct 2 dynasties back. Scholars found charred opium pods in nearby pits, suggesting pain relief for ancient ailments. Or perhaps desperate monks sought visions, between smoke and stars. Reach deeper your hand, disappearing into ash up to the wrist. Particles swirl, filling small creases life hasn't carved yet. Laughter bubbles up when your sleeve brushes the pit's edge. Now you're streaked gray, like a badger, emerging from a chimney. Historians still argue whether Tangut monks inhaled smoke ritually or just really loved barbecue. Kneel closer, noticing scorch patterns spiderwebbing across stones. 3 distinct eras of burns, each fiercer than the last. Monsoon rains washed this hearth, wars starved it, dynasties forgot it completely. Yet its ashy breath outlasted them, all a patient counter to human noise. Weave fingers through ash, feeling for stories hidden in the grit. Something metallic glints, a half-melted monk's begging bowl nail. Press ash between palms, memorizing its weightlessness. This dust held hands with flames that cooked, warmed, sanctified. A town burned down country, last autumn's wildfire rage, not so far to imagine sparks, drifting here, mixing griefs. Your knees protest, reminding you this isn't 7th century endurance training. Stand, watch moonlight silver your ashen fingerprints. Foxes loved these pits after humans abandoned them. Scorch their bellies, solving winter's bite with borrowed warmth. Turn towards the wind, let it steal ash from your hair. Become part of the dispersal, smoke's final migration. Tonight's draft carries cranes' cries from some distant wetland. Ash motes rise to meet them, gray birds chasing white silhouettes. Dig your souvenir, a cracked stone with snowflake-shaped scorch marks, pocketed a bed for future dreams of fire. Dawn pries open night's fist, revealing ice ferns creeping across window lattices. Each pane wears frost, like a scribe's trembling final words, frozen mid-stroke. You trace a finger through cold glass fog, your breath painting temporary voids in the lacy patterns. Sunlight advances, gilding each ice thread into quicksilver brilliance. Roman nobles once paid fortunes for mosaics mimicking frostwork, their marble floors echoing winter's art. Here nature etches masterpieces nightly for no audience but mice and monks. A breeze shakes the lattice, making ice crystals chime like shattered chandeliers. Pull your sleeve over your palm, erase a spy hole through the frozen filigree. Victorian scientists swore frost patterns were spirit messages, deciphering dead lovers' pleas in dendritic arms. Lean closer. Does this icy asterisk annotate your soul, or just physics? Sun's warmth bleeds across the design, first droplets streaking like melted diamonds. Watch an entire frozen universe surrender, its galaxies dissolving into windowsill rivers. Historians still argue whether Tangut hermits read prophecies in morning ice, or just cursed drafty windows. Your teeth chatter agreement with the latter theory. One pane holds out its frost blooms, intact despite solar siege. A defiant ice fern preserves its crystal symmetry until the latch trembles in a gust. Morning wind delivers mountain news, pine scent steeped with wet stone revelations. Close your eyes. Let air prismatic with melting cold slap your cheeks awake. Squint at the retreating frost. Now, just ghostly smears translucing dawn's glare. Last night's meticulous calligraphy reduced to watery runes, their meanings evaporating skyward. Touch the damp wood lattice. Feel where generations sanded grooves, smooth, checking for ice cracks. Who pressed here before you, shivering monks counting prayer beads, until thaw. Finnish folklore claims frost fairs write names of those destined to die before spring erases them. Spot your breath cloud's brief shape against glass. Smile as it winks away. Iron nails weep rust-tinted tears down the frame. Those streaks will outlast tonight's ice, a slower bleed than water's quick flight grace. Another sunstrike. The defiant pain finally capitulates, its frost dissolving so fast you hear tiny screams. Or maybe that's just your stomach protesting missed breakfast. Zoom in, obsess over a single droplet's path through carved wood grain. It hesitates, quivers, plunges, a 4-second epic as old as hydrologic cycles. English manor, houses hired, window jugglers, servants who wiped condensation during fancy dinners. Here, the mountain handles all cleaning crew duties for free. Press your forehead to the cool glass, defying the remaining ice patches. Let your third eye absorb the slow retreat, a cold fire retreating into polished nothing. Notice ladder-like ice remnants, their rungs evaporating like an alpine climber's abandoned equipment. Salvation melts before the summit, always. Pull back, study the lattice transformed into a glistening harp. Each drop's fall plucks a different note. Ping on stone, splot on dirt, hiss into sunlight. South-facing windows already wear ghostly grins, their frost beards slewed off by hasty dawn. North ones cling to dignity, ice filigrees, retreating slower than Ming officials leaving a banquet. Last afterimage, a snowflake skeleton resisting near the hinge. It glows like chromium-plated lace, flares, turns liquid, joins the descending choir of drips. Your reflection clarifies as ice departs. A face overlapping mountain ridges through the glass. How much frost still clings behind your own eyes? The dripping symphony crescendos, 1,000 tiny clocks ticking off winter's borrowed time. Lean into the thaw. Let its damp breath promise unseen apricot blossoms. Someone centuries ago stood exactly here, breath fogging these same grooves, watching their fears melt alongside the ice. They left no name, only this polished windowsill. A cold weight settles between your shoulder blades as you step back from the weeping window lattice. That's when you see it, propped crooked against a wall, devoured by star-shaped moss. The mendicant's staff leans, a forked branch taller than your head. Its twin prongs stretch upward, like frozen lightning captured mid-split. Touch the wood feel where travelers polished it smooth as river stones. Monks once scoured forests for just such branches, nature's perfect crutch for climbing mountains toward enlightenment. Yew wood maybe, or oak, that refused to splinter despite decades of winter assaults. Folk tales claim forked staves, trap whispered prayers, each groove worn by a pilgrim's grip, encoding silent devotions. Press your ear to the center shaft. Does old longing hum inside the grain? Historians still argue whether mendicants carved notches for milestones or sins. 14 shallow grooves circle this staff, too irregular for distance markers, too precise for random damage. Sunlight glints along the upper fork, where metal once capped the wood. Only rust stains remain now, like dried blood remembering iron long gone. Lean closer, catch the scent trapped in its curves, wood smoke, sweat, and something herbal like crushed mugwort. 7 generations of palms might have gripped here, leaving salt traces ghosts now lick. You imagine the original owner, some starveling monk, with blistered feet and firefly eyes. Did he find this staff, or did it call him from a thicket while he gathered night mushrooms? Medieval pilgrims relied on such sticks, crossing the Alps with iron tips sparking against flint roads. Those staves became bodies themselves, receiving flagellant blows meant for sinful flesh. Here, the absence of metal suggests gentler use. A steadying companion, not a rod for self-punishment. Wrap both hands around the shaft. Feel phantom, tremors from long vanished climes. Finnish shamans believed twin-pronged sticks caught evil whispers, like insect wings snared in tree sap. Rotate the staff slowly. Watch twin shadows sweep the moss like sundial needles. Your grip settles where the wood shines darkest, polished by some mendicant's ceaseless thumbing during blizzard vigils. This spot soaked more prayer than sweat, more hope than pain. Researchers debate if these staffs stored rice or sacred texts inside hollow cores. Knock knuckles against yours. It answers solid as mountain bone. No secrets there, just density earned through slow growth. Thumb the worn fork, where countless fingertips traced the branching point. Philosophies diverge here, worldly path versus spiritual ascent. Yet both routes require calloused palms to hold on. Step back, study how the staff bends toward a sunbeam slanting between roof tiles. Even abandoned, it seeks light through crooked angles. You envy such uncomplicated yearning. Wind plucks at the moss beneath the staff, revealing stone etched with half-gone characters. Maybe the mendicant's name, or just a builder's mark. Either way, time wears all labels blank. Bend to sniff the staff's base, where it pierces damp earth. Fertile rot rises, that dark perfume of wood surrendering to the ground it once anchored. Touch the twin tips, one slightly smoother than the other. Did the mendicant favor one prong for prying roots, the other for scratching wisdom into dirt? Imagination stitches stories where facts fray. Modern hikers swear forked sticks find underground water. But your staff stays mute over flagstones. No divining here, just mute endurance against gravity's endless argument. Press your brow to the shaft, coolness leaching through skin. Somewhere inside, sap turned amber, still holds the creak of branches, the scold of crows, the suck of mud abandoning souls. Sun pivots, sharpens the staff's shadow into a sundial's gnomon. Watch time pool darker at its base, as if collecting all the moments this wood witnessed. A beetle spirals up the grain, tracing ridges made by forgotten thumbs. Life persists, even in objects left behind like consonants after a sentence's meaning evaporates. Your palms leave steam ghosts on the wood, quick-fading signatures. How many before you left such transient marks? Here, brief warmth, swallowed by patient grain. Historians love debating pilgrimage staves, relics, or tools. Touch this one's scarred body again, the answer hums clear. Both, always both. Wind shifts, carrying a pebble that ticks against the staff's base. Mountains reply, or just indifferent physics. You decide. Step back, let twilight drape the staff in blue shadows. Its forks become antlers, then narrow into tuning forks, waiting for some cosmic strike. Silence accumulates around it, thicker, where wood meets stone. Hold your breath. Hear the absence it carves from air's white noise. Eventually, you turn away. The staff remains a crooked signature against dissolving light. Behind you, its shadow stretches longer, one prong pointing toward pilgrim roads, the other aimed at stars. Night birds cry as you walk away, their voices snagging on the staff's silent tines. Your own spine feels straighter, as if the wood lent you its stubborn verticality. Mist rises from courtyard stones, swallowing the staff's base first. Only its fork remains visible, a skeletal hand gripping nothing and everything. You recall the furrows in the grip, worn not by force, but by relentless faith in moving forward. Your own palms tingle, echoing that ancient perseverance. Moon replaces sun, silver filling every groove worn by desperation or devotion. You don't look back again. Some burdens, once held, never fully leave your hands. You wander until stone gives way, damp air licks your cheeks before you see the cistern. Its mouth opens, black water sleeping under a skin of ice. Kneel, your reflection warps like wax, sliding down a candle. Shapes swim beneath. Or is it just water breathing under moonlight? All basins lie, magnifying imperfections, while claiming to show truth. This one remembers rain from Genghis Khan's era. Scholars say Tangut cisterns held 3 years drought reserve. Touch the rim, rough sandstone, where rope grooves wore wells into memory. Lean closer, your breath ripples the dark mirror. Now there's 2 moons, drowned discs trembling inches apart. Dip one finger, cold teeth bite through to knuckle. Liquid whispers rise, the hiss of expanding ice. Frost weaves lace across unfrozen patches, geometry battling chaos. You count star reflections caught there. Or are those quartz veins winking up from rock bottom? 8 stone steps descend into gloom, stair edges blurred by centuries of algal fur. Historians still argue whether these were maintenance access or for ritual immersion beneath winter moons. Your thumbnail scratches mineral crust along the rim, saltpeter bloom, wearing the taste of aged coins. Mediterranean ports shipped lead pipes to Rome. But here, springs freighted their own wealth, gravity-fed through hollowed logs. Wind chuckles over the water, tossing your reflection like a discarded mask. Beneath it, something pale glides, gone when you blink. Just old snowmelt, probably sliding through hidden fissures. Tap the surface, waves roll outward in perfect circles. Vikings believed well ripples carried curses to enemies across seas, yet your tiny disturbance dies against mossy walls. Nail polish flakes from your pinky, a crimson fleck landing among star reflections. 10 seconds, it dissolves, color devoured by black water's hunger. Ice creaks, reporting temperature drops like a cracking whip. Drop your voice low here, said to summon answering whispers if glaciers have ears. Hello. Only echoes bruise your ribs. Rumor claims a monastery's inkstone sank here, the weight of lost scriptures pulling it down. Poets whisper that characters dissolve nightly, rising as eel-shaped shadows. Lean nearer. Can you taste iron gall on your tongue? A bubble breaks surface, scenting air with deep earth musk. Cisterns sometimes preserve pollen centuries old, locked in sediment like memories pressed between book pages. Drag your palm sideways, shattering the moon into silver shards. Shapes rearrange, now a fox's face, now tangled roots, now nothing at all. Water heals its skin faster than you can break it. Japanese shrine maidens once called this mirror-gazing, scrying future in liquid night. Scoop a handful, dark dribbles through your fingers. Futures leak fastest when clutched too tight. That's when you notice the moon isn't moving. Clouds slide, your hair blows, but the reflected disk stays fixed, frozen in ice, or is something holding it still below? Tree roots vein one wall, their thirsty tips vanishing into darkness. Taproots might tunnel 60 feet seeking aquifers, botanists say. Poets say roots seek drowned cities. Your knee finds a prayer cushion's ghost, flat stone worn concave by generations of vigil keepers. How many knelt here tracing Orion's reflection, counting stars against the monastery's extinction? List of things discarded in cisterns through history, Roman coins, Byzantine perfume vials, your 8th grade clarity about adulthood. Water keeps all secrets until it evaporates. Crouch lower. The water's breath chills your nostrils. All reflections look younger, somehow softer-edged. Maybe darkness forgives wrinkles. Moss creeps down the steps, slippery pioneers colonizing stone. Each hair-like frond holds stolen moonlight. Why seek lamps when nature hoards luminescence? Cheek against rim now, one eye submerged in cold perspective. The world tilts. Suddenly, the sky hangs below your feet. Vertigo grabs your ankles. Would falling up feel like descent? Blink, water stings. Ancient Mediterranean ships carried mirror cisterns to navigate by star reflections during storms. Practical, until cloudy nights when all sailors become blind philosophers. Here, the stars beneath wink first as clouds cross. Reverse astronomy, constellations drowning in liquid sky. Vega's gleam frays into ripples, demoted from goddess to glitter. Ice moans, a shudder running through its skin. Stand, your reflection stretches, then snaps back. Narcissus got it backwards. The pool alters you, not the other way. Moon climbs higher. The cistern's pupil dilates blacker. Astronomers once thought lunar seas held water, not frozen magma. Reach again. Your fingertips break infinity's surface tension. Wind combs the water for a moment. It wears your hair like a borrowed wig. Then chaos resumes, and you're just another ripple in the dark. Step back. The cistern pretends not to know you anymore. Its talent water has forgetting even as it reflects. Forget the mute surface. Carry its cold retina inside you, palming stolen moonlight for darker paths ahead. The moss feels different here, less velvet and more grit beneath your soles. You trace a lichen-laced wall until the stones stop trying. 7 steps rise, then halt midair like a frozen thought. Their sandstone edges crumble, kissed by centuries of careless snowmelt. Architects of the Western Zia dynasty loved stairways leading nowhere, symbolic paths to enlightenment. Touch the highest surviving tread, its surface worn satin smooth by pilgrim palms. Wind threads through pines, playing the hollow understair space like a broken flute. Lean out, peering into the drop where wooden supports once groaned. 3 saplings spear upward, their adolescent trunks bent toward distant light. Modern engineers scoff at such impracticality, yet historians still argue whether these moon stairs served ceremonial purposes. Rot stains hint at vanished handrails, ghosts of safety measures abandoned by time. You sit, boots dangling over emptiness. This spot holds the mountain's quietest roar absence, ringing louder than any gong. A chipmunk scurries along the severed path, pausing at the brink, as if remembering wings. Some medieval texts claim ghost staircases connect to parallel monasteries. Blink, nothing manifests but a sparrow's shadow stitching sky. Still, your spine prickles thinking of footfalls from invisible climbers. Below, granite teeth gape through feathery ferns. Count the cracks in ancient mortar, each an epic written in slow-motion geology. 1 quartz vein winks up, nature's smuggled semaphore. Your thigh fits the stone groove worn by 10,000 resting hips before yours. Rest your elbows on warm sandstone, the sun's afternoon signature baked into rock. Reward yourself with a single square of stolen temple chocolate, bitter sweetness melting into alpine air. 10th century monks traded saffron for cacao beans, so technically you're honoring tradition. Watch a brown drip fall, vanishing into green canopy below. 6 remaining steps bear tide marks of different disasters, ash lines from long-dead forest fires, water stains from monsoons, lichen borders marking climate shifts. Flip a pebble, listen for the click-clack descent until silence eats the sound. That 5th step has a peculiar hollow, its drum-like thump when tapped. Archaeologists found similar voids containing rolled mantras elsewhere, tiny time capsules pressed into masonry. Your neck prickles, remembering childhood staircases that felt endless in nightmares. But this broken climb soothes precisely because it goes nowhere. The Hermitage spire cuts the horizon, footnotes to Buddha carved into cloud-dusted peaks. Pull out your canteen. Let one cool drop balance on your thumb. Aim for the sapling's highest leaf. Watch the water bomb burst into prism mist. Victory requires small ceremonies. Byzantine monks inscribed prayers on their sandals to bless every step. Here your boot soles kiss stone, once worshipped as enlightenment's threshold. Wiggle your toes, feel the echo of veneration in your arches. 78 trees below hold the staircase's shadow, its silhouette creeping eastward as afternoon bleeds gold. Measure the changing angle with your hand, nature's oldest sundial. According to fringe scholars, Tangut rulers meditated here to glimpse their dynastic decline in the empty gap. Your modern worries feel smaller, floating beneath this ruin. Dust motes swarm in a sunbeam, a frenzied galaxy swirling above the void. Snap your fingers, watch them scatter like spooked spirits. Blame the altitude, but you'd swear some sparkled before dissolving. Lean back, palming warm rock where noon lingers like a lazy god. Count passing cumulus, elephant-shaped, dragon-tailed, then one resembling your high school math teacher. Dig your thumbnail into crumbling mortar sand trickling like miniature hourglass streams. 1,000 years ago, someone's sweaty hands pressed this same mixture. Slavery and salvation, bound by limestone and water. 15 silent minutes pass, marked only by your watch's impatient heartbeat. Peel damp fabric off the rock, your outline briefly tattooed in moisture. That 7th step holds a fossil brachiopod shells frozen mid-creep across primordial mud. Press your pinky into its spiral chamber, your lifeline dwarfed by geologic patience. Wind shifts, carrying the tea master's bell, a bronze murmur reminding you daylight isn't eternal, yet you linger, letting vertigo flirt with the idea of phantom steps. Unfinished things ache sweetest, abandoned nests, broken sentences, love letters crumpled halfway through this staircase will outlast empires by millennia. Stand slowly, letting blood remember gravity's pull. The ascent back feels heavier, an overnight pack strapped to your soul. One glance back, the step's defiance against emptiness pierces, sharper than any summit view. Broken things teach best how light enters through cracks. Moss cushions your retreat, each footfall adding to the staircase's long sigh of weathering. Maybe next visit, 2 more stones will surrender to rain's persuasion. For now, you carry the voids upward, pockets full of nothing shaped like wings. The stones slope downward now, their angles worn into shallow bowls by retreating feet. Your knees remember this, each step a negotiation with gravity's sudden interest. Turn back once, The Hermitage squeezes smaller, like a white pebble swallowed by cliff face. Cold air sharpens morning's edge, scraping your throat raw, where a scent breath once burned. Those 8 brass bells still hum behind your ribs, their bronze song migrating inward. Pine needles crunch differently on descent, less resistance beneath your soles. Their snapping speaks of endings, not anticipation. Watch your shadow stretch ahead, an eager scout leading you toward lowlands. Your pack hangs lighter, stomach still buzzing with yesterday's 5-color rice. Tangut scribes etched pilgrimage routes onto turtle shells, divining paths through peaks. Squint at the trail, spotting minuscule carvings weathered into certain boulders. Wind sneaks under your collar, a thief stealing nape warmth. Pull up the hood, frayed edges tickling your jawline. That relentless bell tone follows, swelling when breezes kick up dust devils along the path. Scholars argue whether mountain monks counted steps or breaths during descent. You try both, 15 paces matching 7 inhales, until numbers dissolve into rhythm. Morning sun spears through the staircase's void, that broken climb now glittering far above. Its absence no longer taunts, just waves silently from its granite nest. Your left boot sole flaps loose, peeling like deranged pastry dough. 10th century pilgrims wore hemp sandals lined with rabbit fur. You make a mental note also to pack stronger glue next time. Fern shadows shrink, noon eating away their lacy outlines on the trail. Step over a fallen branch, its moss coat shimmering with trapped dew diamonds. Pause, watch one drop tremble, then fall into the stitching of your boot. 3 switchbacks unravel steep slopes, the trail's lazy alternative to suicidal plunges. Your thighs quiver, ungrateful after yesterday's ascent heroics. Imagine 8th century porters hauling rice sacks up this. No snacks, no grippy boots, just grim necessity. A beer advertisement graffiti mars a boulder neon green spray paint, screaming into wilderness silence. Scratch at it, your nail finding only rock's indifference beneath vandalism. Historians will puzzle over this centuries hence, calling it ritual pigment. Listen, that faint chime persists, no longer airborne, but blood deep now. Bronze lingers in bones longer than human earshot can measure. Or so claims a fringe acoustic study you skimmed once, past the rivulet where you'd refilled canteens yesterday, its flow halved by overnight chill. Kneel, press chilled palms to temples, let mountain water's memory sink into skin. Downhill deception tricks your eyes, making plateaus seem nearer than they are. Like receding shorelines, the trail forever unfolds more steps. Softer bells sigh from below, their notes fattened by thick forest air. Some argue cliffside bells sound sadder when leaving, but that's projection talking. Your shadow catches up, merging souls with yours as sun climbs higher. 2 sets of footprints now, one forward-facing, one backward ghost. Remember Byzantine traders calling shadows souls anchored by sunlight. The fork appears unnoticed during your moonlit ascent. A cairn marks the leftward path, mossy stones stacked by unknown hands. Right leads downward toward distant river haze. Trace fingers over the cairn's cool dampness, this junction where journeys diverge for centuries. Touch the quartz vein running through the top stone, nature's ivory stitchwork. 20th century hikers left soda cans here before pack-it-out piety took hold. Step onto the rightward trail, pebbles skittering ahead like panicked beetles. Pause, inhale resinous air thickened by cedar gloom. That bell resonance fades, or perhaps your pulse drowns it now. Overhead, a forgotten prayer flag fragment flutters, its blue dye surrendered to sun tyranny. Buddhist scribes once wrote sutras on cloth using squirrel tail brushes. This shred probably carried wishes into wind, forgotten soon as the knot was tied. Vestigial incense smell haunts a rock hollow. 5 centuries of pilgrim offerings baked into stone pores. Sniff, detect sandalwood ghosts, hints of rotted apricots, maybe just olfactory imagination. Stomach growls loud enough to startle a sparrow from its juniper perch. Regret, the last temple chocolate traded for that dubious, terror-dispelling herb sachet. Whip out emergency peanuts, their saltiness amplified by altitude's lingering kiss. Archaeologists found Tangut barley cakes preserved in Hermitage cellars, dotted with fossilized currants. Your supermarket trail mix feels suddenly sacrilegious. Crunch louder, defiant. Trickling water grows assertive, a stream reclaiming its voice after thin mountain whispers. Cross carefully, moss-slick stones skating under your soles. 3 hops, then a soggy misstep soaks your right sock. Grip a birch trunk, wrung water from cotton fibers onto ferns. Squelching soon sinks with your stride, an embarrassing percussion section. 10th century monks suffered worse, probably. Your rocky promontory looks different by day, just jagged teeth cutting into dull blue sky. Pause, find the groove where your backpack dented moss last night. A single pine sapling now wears your dropped pistachio shell as a hat. The trail levels, muscles slackening relief through your calves. Unbuckle hip straps, let pack hang limp like exhausted Sherpa. Roll shoulders, vertebrae popping Morse code complaints. 16 hairpins unwind ahead, the mountain shrugging off your presence in lazy switchbacks. Count them, each numbered by blister zones on your toes. By bend 8, you're bargaining with deities for teleportation powers. Erosion gullies flank the slope, miniature Grand Canyons carved by weep springs. Peer down, spot a crushed soda, can from some optimist decades past. Aluminum outlasts civilizations, your discarded orange peels already composting beside it. That phantom bell resurfaces, 2 low tones felt in molars, not ears. Follow footprints, real ones now. Day hikers' vibram treads, stomping wild garlic into dirt. Civilization's bittersweet fingerprint. Sound flips, bird calls replacing wind's white noise. Sparrows gossip in spruce boughs, oblivious to your philosophical descent. A nuthatch spirals down a trunk, its headfirst gravity, disrespect profound. Civilization's first outpost appears, a metal trail marker bolted into volcanic stone. Its yellow paint peels, directions bleached into ghosts of themselves. Touch the corroded bolts, fingers coming away, dusted with iron oxide regrets. Gradient gentles, the mountain releasing you by centimeters now. Glance back, the summit hides behind whale-backed ridges, swallowed whole. Your lungs expand deeper, thick oxygen rush, making you slightly drunk. Wind shifts, bringing diesel fumes from some distant logging road. Nostrils flare offended after days of pristine air. Each step down trades numinous silence for tractor growls. Pass through the cedar cathedral, sunset-lit giants you'd hurried past days ago. Now their shadows drape you in cool silk, no need to rush toward anything. Your canteen sloshes dregs, water tasting faintly of plastic and cliff minerals. 9th century pilgrims drank from hollowed gourds, probably died young from weird parasites. Take another swallow anyway. Stone underfoot transitions, volcanic flakes, giving way to packed earth, then gravel's coarse mumble. Each texture reports your return to managed terrain, nature subdued by human order. 3 final switchbacks reveal the valley, road glittering like discarded foil. Car roofs wink sunlight, tiny metal beetles nosing toward trailheads. Your jaw tenses, re-entry protocols scrambling to activate. Pause at the shrine, offering pocket lint and 3 almonds to weather-cracked Buddha. Monks once left jade pebbles here, pilfered long ago by collectors. Guardrails now frame the sacred space, government plaques declaring its cultural importance. The gravel lot awaits, its oil stains buzzing in afternoon heat. Unlace boots beside a Subaru, plastered with ski resort stickers. Pavement brands your souls, memories of mountain softness already fading. Dig out your car keys, metal teeth gnawing through pocket lining. One glance upward, the Hermitage dissolved into granite fiction. Bells still echoing in your pulses, quiet chambers. Your boots settle against gravel, the mountains whisper, melting into valley hum. Close your eyes, let the bells echo become your own breath, slower now, deeper. Every muscle remembers how to soften your shoulders, your jaw, your thoughts, unraveling like old rope. Cool air laps at your throat, no longer sharp, just a tender hush against skin. That bronze song lives inside you, no longer tied to wind or heights, just a slow tide in your ribs. Watch your shadow melt into the earth, no longer leading or following, just resting where light meets ground. Pine scent lingers, weak but stubborn, as asphalt's heat rises to greet your soles. Unclench your hands, palms upturned pebbles of tension, dropping one by one. The path behind you blurs, a dream already folding its corners, while road sounds gently claim your ears. Breathe into the hollow, where bells hum softest, your pulse slowing to match their fading meter. Let eyelids grow heavy, weighted with miles, yet lighter as memories blur into sleep's ink. Even now, the mountain wraps you, not in stone, but in stillness stretching beyond its ridges. Your lungs fill, not with thin air, but with the quiet between heartbeats. All those steps, all those breaths sink into a single exhale. Let go, release, dissolve. The bells are yours to keep singing you home on whispers only sleep can hear.